Translator born to be. We had no choice but to be patient. The higher the cliff, the higher the waves that crash against it, said that elder with a faint smile. The elder had a friendly face, and his faint smile seemed natural. It was like he was a kind senior that would never get angry or fight others. Patriarch, you're right. What we needed was a cliff so high that it could tell the waves to go fuck themselves, cried out Long Chen. The Valley Master's expression sank slightly. He couldn't even reply to such an indirect insult without losing status. Bastard, no one taught you any manners, is that it? The Divine Flame Palace's master was the first to rush to Xuanhuan's aid. Long Chen was about to retort with a few choice words when the Patriarch said, "My apologies, this child is too young and temperamental. I've made you laugh at us. However, I feel like this matter can end here. After all, continuing to mess around isn't beneficial to anyone." Long Chen frowned. Wasn't that too weak? He looked at Li Tianxuan and saw the latter shrug helplessly. "Stop here, are you joking? Long Chen has slaughtered countless innocent people, harming the very core of the eastern Xuan region. Why should we stop here? Do you feel like that's possible?" sneered Xuanhuan. "Well..." The Patriarch's words were cut off by Li Tianxuan, who said, "Master, why don't you come here and rest? Leave this to me. All you need to do is be a fighter. I am the current Xuan master, so I'll handle it." The Patriarch, who was the old Xuan master, simply did not know how to be unyielding. Even Li Tianxuan couldn't bear to continue watching it. Most likely, his master was about to try to compromise and settle this thing peacefully, but such a thing was simply impossible. The Patriarch bitterly smiled. Shaking his head, he didn't say anything in retort. He gave his position to Li Tianxuan, and Li Tianxuan pushed Long Chen in front of him. Now Long Chen is the temporary Xuan master of the Xuanchen Dao sect. Valley Master, if you have any problems, you can talk to Long Chen. Long Chen's attitude is the attitude of my Xuanchen Dao sect. Whether we fight to the death or settle things peacefully, it's all up to Long Chen. Li Tianxuan's words left no room for doubt. Everyone's expressions changed. If Long Chen was in control of the Xuanchen Dao sect, wouldn't that mean another battle was about to erupt? All right, then my orders are for all troops. Long Chen raised Evil Moon without hesitation, about to charge forward. Li Tianxuan almost coughed up blood. That was not what he had intended. He hastily shouted, "First diplomacy before fighting." Long Chen helplessly put down Evil Moon, resting it on his shoulder. He looked at Xuanhuan. "Fine, diplomacy first. Although I feel like such a thing is wholly unnecessary, my mood isn't bad after finding out that the Xuanchen Dao sect and my friends are still fine. I'll play a bit. Just now you said I have slaughtered countless innocent people. Tell me, what makes them innocent? They wanted to kill me. Was I supposed to show my neck to them so they could kill me?" Long Chen's mood was truly excellent. Although he had learned that the Xuan master was safe thanks to Zhang Wenlong's messages, he hadn't known the situation about the people. Now seeing them all alive, he felt a weight being lifted from his shoulders. He appeared to be a completely different person now, no longer overflowing with battle intent. He looked like a simple scoundrel without the slightest air of an expert. "Bastard, can you have some upbringing? Someone like you isn't qualified to speak to the Valley Master. Even speaking to me is a loss of my status," shouted the Palace Master in place of Xuanhuan. Long Chen's status truly wasn't high enough for him to speak directly to Xuanhuan. The Palace Master came out at just the right time, taking his place. "Fuck off, I'm not talking to you." Long Chen's feet didn't move. He didn't lift his legs and simply swung a hand. The two of them were originally hundreds of meters away, but it was like Long Chen had teleported to slap the Palace Master's face, and then returned as if he hadn't done anything. The Palace Master had still been sneering derisively when Long Chen struck him, sending him flying. The sound of bones breaking rang out along with a pained grunt. His movements were clean and natural. It happened suddenly without the slightest warning. Even the Valley Master and the old Xuan Master only reacted after Long Chen's slap had struck. Everyone's jaw dropped so low that they could fit their own fists inside. It was silent, just what was domineering, what was called arrogance, ignoring a nether passage expert and slapping his underling, a late-life star expert, in the face. In this world, where would one find someone more domineering and arrogant than Long Chen? From the moment he moved to his slap to returning to his position, it all occurred in less time than it took to blink. In just that short time, he accomplished something that surpassed all their imaginations. Amazing. When can I also be so unbridled in front of peak experts? Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Xuanhuan was filled with envy. This time, Xuanhuan's display had already been dazzling enough. The dragon blood cross slash had even injured the palace master using a divine item. That was absolutely shocking. He had truly shown off, and his light even suppressed Yue Zaifeng's. It could be said that his name would truly shake the four seas. However, if he had to compare himself to Long Chen, then if Long Chen was the bright moon, he wasn't even a twinkling star. He was more like a firefly. Ignoring how Long Chen had fought against three top experts without fear, how he had been unrivaled when his 5 stars had awakened, and how he had consecutively cut down heavenly geniuses, that slap alone was enough for him to look down arrogantly upon the rest of the world. Who else but Long Chen was capable of such a feat? Long Chen had just returned to his position when a net of divine light enveloped him. It was Xuanhuan. That slap wasn't just a slap across the palace master's face, but it was also a slap across his face and Pill Valley's face. This divine net came from the day-night furnace, and it was so quick that Long Chen had no chance of getting away. However, he also didn't try to dodge. He lazily rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. Divine light struck like a sword, blowing the net apart. That light had come from the Xuanhuan Tower, in conjunction with the Patriarch. Although the Patriarch's character was very yielding, his power was great. It was no wonder Li Tianxuan had told him to just act as a fighter this time. I, Long Chen, represent the Xuanhuan Dao sect. As long as I give the word, the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect will attack you with our full power. Does an insignificant palace master have the qualifications to speak with me? Can you represent Pill Valley? If not, then stop wasting my time. Long Chen had known that the Patriarch wouldn't let him be bullied. Hence, he could sneer down at the palace master who was crawling up from the ground, his head still misshapen. Just now, Long Chen had forgotten about the weakness of flame cultivators, physical bodies. He had almost killed the palace master with his slap. If you want to talk, then let's talk. If you don't want to talk, then let's fight. As for smearing my name, just stop. That's too inferior. You said I was controlled by an evil weapon and destroyed my sect. Are your heads only filled with crap? What a ridiculous story. As for the idiots who believe anything that people say, if I say I'm your father, will you kneel down and call me daddy? All of you better listen well. There are quite a few people amongst you idiots who once came to suppress my Xuanhuan Dao sect. Back then, I said that anyone who tries to stop our rise would be mercilessly slaughtered. However, did you think holding onto someone bigger's leg would protect you? You repeatedly sent your people against me. Did you think numbers would protect you? Not only could you eliminate an enemy, but you could also get a favor from someone else. It's not a bad plan. That's why you didn't care whether or not I was falsely accused. You blindly did whatever they wanted you to do. You controlled the Eastern Xuan region's public opinion. You acted like you actually believed the lies spewing from your mouths. Was it fun to invert black and white to confuse right and wrong? Well, it wasn't very fun for me. Nevertheless, it was fun when I killed your idiot disciples. But based on your expressions, I see that wasn't very fun for you. Do you want to come and bite me? Long Chen had no fear, with the Xuanhuan Tower supporting him. As for these senior experts that had come, many of them were leaders of their own sects that had sent their disciples here. Those disciples had been slaughtered to the last by the Dragon Blood Legion. Seeing Long Chen's current appearance, they truly did want to bite him to death. Suddenly, a life-star expert amongst the crowd roared, "Long Chen, don't be so arrogant and act so righteous. Even if you were wrongly accused, you should have explained yourself instead of slaughtering everyone. The way I see it, you simply wanted to kill instead of explaining yourself. You're a murderous devil, a piece of trash, a bastard." That person was in the midst of cursing when a saber image fell, causing him to explode. Chapter 1573 Fight or Fuck Off. Translator Born to Be. The one who had attacked was the old man. The old man didn't say anything after killing that person. He didn't even bother explaining. Boss Bao laughed. This is the style of the heaven-splitting battle sect. What's the point of explaining? They were intentionally accusing Long Chen wrongly. He only has one mouth, so no matter what he says, he's going to be drowned out by your billions of mouths. How laughable. If everything could be explained, would there still be any fighting in this world? Old man, my words are right. The heaven-splitting battle sect didn't get along with the rest of the world precisely because they didn't like playing such senseless scheming games. What irritated them the most was that many sects that wanted to devour others had to provide some kind of sanctimonious reason for their actions to cover up their own shamelessness. That was what made it even more shameless. Did they really think others didn't see their true intentions just because they tried to cover them up? Did they think that was enough to look arrogantly down upon others from a moral high ground and criticize them? That was why the heaven-splitting battle sect rarely came into contact with the outer world and never talked reason with other sects. If anyone provoked them, then they would simply fight. If they had the ability, then they could kill the heaven-splitting battle sect. If they didn't have that ability, then they would be the ones killed. The heaven-splitting battle sect's experts had muscles for brains. They had one principle: if you can fight, then don't waste words. Even within the heaven-splitting battle sect, when fellow members disagreed with each other, they would decide who was right with their fists. Whoever's fist was harder was right. This person was clearly guilty of falsely accusing Long Chen on purpose, but he still blamed Long Chen for not explaining himself. Long Chen might be able to bear it, but the old man couldn't. The old man shook his head. His voice was too loud and irritating, that's all. Everyone was speechless. Why did that sound like he had killed him, not because he had cursed Long Chen, but because his voice was ugly? Long Chen had slapped the palace master's face in front of the valley master, while the old man had even killed a sect leader in front of him. Xuanhuan's gaze was growing darker and darker. They were clearly not giving a damn about his status. However, he was a generation's expert, and he had great self-control. He coldly said, even if that's the case, Long Chen still can't change the fact that he betrayed the human race and joined hands with the spirit world's creatures to kill experts of the ancient family alliance. That's right, he killed so many of my disciples. The ancient family alliance is supposed to be allied with the righteous path against the corrupt path. However, you turned your vicious means onto us. That's completely intolerable, cried an expert from the ancient family alliance. He was rather smarter than the previous person, and he said this from behind the valley master, not only showing that he was blindly following Pill Valley, but also guaranteeing his safety. No one could attack him from this spot. Following his lead, more and more experts came out to demand that Long Chen pay for their disciples, lives with his own life. Long Chen, do you dare to admit that you worked together with the creatures of the spirit race to kill the disciples of my ancient family alliance? Roared a sharp-mouthed life star expert. He had clearly had his family killed by Long Chen and was extremely emotional. When this person said this, everyone shut their mouths. The distant neutral camp's experts all held their breath. This was the crucial point. If this was false, then all their accusations against Long Chen would be false. Then he would be able to make a huge counterattack, and his name would be spread through history. At this time, Ziyan had awakened and was standing in the neutral camp. Seeing the excited people around her, she was a bit confused. There were actually so many people in support of Long Chen. Based on their spiritual fluctuations, they all believed he was wrongly accused. You're correct, Long Chen nodded. The neutral camp's people couldn't believe their ears. Long Chen had really joined hands with enemies to massacre the experts of the righteous path and ancient family alliance. How could this be? All the neutral camp's disciples became disappointed. The majority of them had believed that Long Chen had been falsely accused this entire time. However, he personally admitted to it now. Although Pill Valley had disseminated some photographic jades that revealed scenes of Long Chen's fighting in the spirit world, they would rather believe that someone was framing him. They had hoped that he would manage to throw off their slander, but now that hope was extinguished. Good, good. Since you've admitted to it, then no matter what methods we used to kill you, they were necessary and right. The dragon slaughtering convention was also not based on nothing, and the people who died today died for justice. Long Chen, you must die today. Valley Master, please help uphold justice for us, roared the sharp-mouthed life star expert. That's right, please get justice for us, Valley Master. Long Chen must be held accountable. This is justice for our disciples. Other experts began to roar as well. Long Chen coldly said, I'm not done talking yet. Hear my explanation. Who would want to hear your explanation? We need to immediately execute him and make sure to extract his soul so that he never reincarnates. All those people beside him should be executed as well. We have to wipe them all out, shouted the sharp-mouthed life star expert. Fuck your mother. Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore and charged at him. Xuanhuan's day-night furnace flickered, but the patriarch activated the Xuanhuan tower, and a pillar of light encased Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression changed. The day-night furnace's own divine light flowed out, forming a barrier around him. Valley Master, I'd advise you not to force me. Right now I am listening to the current Xuan Master. What he tells me to do, I'll do. Considering you are just a clone, you cannot contend against me. I trust that you also do not wish to see this clone of yours destroyed, said the patriarch. I don't believe you dare to do so, said the Valley Master gloomily. You're right, I don't dare. However, I am listening to Li Tianxuan's orders, and Li Tianxuan is listening to that little fellow. So you shouldn't be asking if I dare, but whether Long Chen dares, said the patriarch. Xuanhuan was enraged. His true body was still in seclusion and couldn't come out. However, even though this was just a clone, it couldn't leave him for too long. The longer it stayed away, the more it affected his true body's progression. Just having his clone summoned like this had cost him greatly. The patriarch was correct. His clone's power was less than a third of his true body's, and it could not bring out the full power of the Danite furnace. Even though the Xuanhuan Dao Sex patriarch had only advanced to the Nether Passage realm recently, there was still a chance he could destroy his clone if they fought. Boom! Long Chen charged into the crowd, slashing Evil Moon. A dozen Life Star experts were sent flying. After this much time, he had recovered at least enough energy to unleash one attack. His one attack sent his blockers flying, while the sharp-mouthed Life Star expert's ancestral item exploded along with his arms. Before he could flee, Long Chen grabbed his throat. Long Chen, come back, don't cause a fuss, shouted Li Tianxuan. Long Chen returned to his original location. He was still holding that sharp-mouthed Life Star expert. Seeing Long Chen return, the patriarch released his hand seal, and the Xuanhuan Tower's divine light dimmed. Xuanhuan also pulled back the Danite furnace. However, now his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. In all his life, he had never been so vexed. Long Chen had come and gone without anyone stopping him. These experts were all afraid of him and didn't dare to stop him. Instead, they directly fled. If only they had used 2 divine items, they might have been able to capture Long Chen alive. However, there were no Nether Passage experts amongst them. The experts present didn't have sharp enough insight to see that Long Chen hadn't recovered much at all. They had ended up wasting such a good opportunity. Fuck your mother, Long Chen repeatedly slapped the sharp-mouthed Life Star expert. When I killed people first, you said I refused to explain because I was guilty. Now that I want to explain, you say that no one cares about my explanation. Then what the fuck are you telling me to do? Long Chen was doing his best to control his power, but in his anger, he carelessly blew apart that Life Star expert's head. His Yuan spirit flew out. Valley Master, save me. However, he had only just flown out when Long Chen pointed a finger. A lightning arrow pierced the Yuan spirit, killing it. What do you want to explain? The 7th boss asked curiously. Fuck, I'm not explaining anymore. Explaining is useless anyways. Those who trust me don't need an explanation, and those who don't trust me won't believe it. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder and spat on the ground. These people were too infuriating. Pointing Evil Moon at the experts in front of him, Long Chen roared, all you bastards, listen well. I'm only going to say this once. The spirit world's creatures once helped out the Martial Heaven continent, and we are indebted to them. However, some idiots randomly read some history books and believed them without realizing that history is written by the victors. Those history books are like prostitutes talking about how pure and beautiful they were back in the day. The dirty parts were all covered. Whoever believes that crap is just an idiot. The true history was already lost in the river of time. Of course, you can believe me if you want to, or you cannot believe me. But don't talk to me about proof. I have always acted openly. If I do something good, perhaps I might not admit to it, but when I do bad things, I always dare to admit to it. If you want to be enemies with me, then come. Other than having 1 life in 1 blade, I also have over 12,000 life in death brothers. So, fight or fuck off. Fight or fuck off. Fight or fuck off. Fight or fuck off. The Dragonblood Legion's hot blood was ignited, and the roaring of over 12,000 Dragonblood warriors shook the sky. Who would have thought that the eastern Xuan region is so lively? It's so gratifying. Just as the Dragonblood Legion's angry roars were shaking the sky, a soft voice rang out. A chariot slowly flew over. Chapter 1574, The Martial Heaven Alliance's Head Arrives. Translator, born to be. The grand carriage was carried by a giant bird, which slowly flew in front of everyone. When the carriage got closer, people finally recognized its symbol. It was a symbol of a copper coin with a blue border. It was circular on the outside and had a square inside, representing the image of the Martial Heaven continent's central plains. This was the symbol of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and its immortal character for Alliance was written in the center of the square. Seeing that character, everyone's hearts shook. If one had to compare it, the symbol of the Eastern Xuan region's branch Alliance had their character imprinted in the spot of the Eastern Xuan region, on the left side. Thus, For this Golden Alliance character to be written in the center, it represented the central Xuan region's head alliance. 4 alliance masters from the 4 branches of the Martial Heaven Alliance could only use silver characters in their symbol. Hence, this golden character explicitly showed the identity of the one in the carriage. Only the Martial Heaven Alliance's true alliance head was qualified to sit in it. "The 9-winged killing eagle," cried out an expert in shock as he recognized the identity of the bird pulling the carriage. It was a giant bird covered in scales. There wasn't a single feather on its body, causing it to appear very bizarre. When it spread its 2 wings, illusions appeared around them, making it look like there were 9 pairs of wings superimposing over each other. Rumor was that the 9-winged killing eagle possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the killing. This one was at the 11th rank, corresponding to the human race's life star realm. However, all the life star experts felt a chill upon seeing it. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Rumor was that the 9-winged killing eagle was originally a Xuan beast, but for some unknown reason had been expelled from the Xuan beasts and almost went extinct. As for this particular 9-winged killing eagle, its status was special. Even the Xuan beasts didn't dare to do anything to it. That was because it had an extremely intimidating master. It pulled the carriage until it stopped above everyone, and the door to the carriage slowly opened. A beautiful woman in an imperial dress walked out of the carriage, her hair tied up with a violet gold phoenix hairpin. Everyone's expressions changed. Many of them had fear and shock in their eyes and involuntarily hid behind Xuanhuan. She was the alliance head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. She looked to be in her 30s, with sword-like eyebrows and a high nose bridge, appearing both beautiful and heroic. Her formidable appearance would not lose to any man. She looked to be as high and mighty as an empress. "Did you think hiding behind him would make things fine? Get out here." The woman glared at the elder hiding behind Xuanhuan. Her bark caused that person to quiver. He nervously walked out and bowed deeply toward her. The Eastern Xuan region's branch alliance master Zhao Yongqian greets the alliance head. Once he said this, everyone confirmed this woman's identity. Other than a few people, none of them had known who the alliance head of the Martial Heaven Alliance was. The expert in charge of all the Righteous Path sects was actually a woman. "HMPH, so you still remember I am the alliance head. Good, good. This time my seclusion lasted 300 years. Did you think I was already dead and you could act without any reservations?" demanded the woman. Her gaze was like a sharp blade filled with killing intent. "Alliance head, this matter," started Xuanhuan. "Shut up. This is an internal matter of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and outsiders cannot interfere. If you don't like it, call out your true body and let's have a fight," she shouted. Long Chen was startled. This alliance head was quite terrifying to not even give face to the Valley Master. Her temper was also quite explosive. Who would have thought that the Martial Heaven Alliance was actually led by such a tough alliance head? The Valley Master's expression twitched with anger, but he knew that this woman in front of him was a battle-crazed woman. She was the same as the heaven-splitting battle sex people. If she wanted to fight, she would fight. If he pushed her, she would definitely attack. This clone of his wouldn't be able to fight back against her at all, and since his true body was at a crucial juncture and couldn't be moved, he had no choice but to endure. "Xuanhuan, I didn't think that you would be so shameless as to take advantage of my seclusion. Fortunately, I came out early. Otherwise, if I, Jianying, had stayed in seclusion for another 100 years, wouldn't the entire Martial Heaven Alliance have been turned into a branch of your Pill Valley?" The woman's aura began to rise. Her furious killing intent terrified others. This alliance head was both powerful and domineering. Even in front of experts like the old man, the Xuanchen Dao Sect's patriarch, and the Valley Master, she was still doing what she wanted. "Alliance head, what are you talking about?" asked the Valley Master gloomily. Jianying waved her hand, tossing out a sack. Even before it landed on the ground, it opened. There were dozens of heads in the sack, eliciting startled cries. These heads all belonged to Life Star experts. "What am I talking about? Don't play this game with me. All the fish you bought have been slaughtered by me, and amongst them were 2 branch alliance masters. Xuanhuan, you really have some ability. 3 of the 4 branch alliance masters were bought by you. I admire your skills," sneered Jianying. When the Eastern Xuan region's branch alliance master saw those heads, he turned as pale as paper. He recognized most of these heads, and he knew he was about to join them. The branch alliance master knelt on the ground and begged. "Alliance head, disciple was just possessed, enticed by Pill Valley. but there was nothing I could do. My family's lives are in their hands. Slander, Xuanhuan furiously waved his hand, and a powerful gust blew apart the branch alliance master. His soul dissipated. Xuanhuan had originally been angry just at being summoned. Then, because this was just his clone without the power of his real body, he was continuously suppressed. He had reached his limit. For the branch alliance master to suddenly make such an accusation against him, even though he was slow to anger, he was infuriated. Perhaps it was true that Pill Valley had bought him, but it had been a mutually beneficial cooperation. The branch alliance master had also benefited greatly. When had Pill Valley ever controlled his family? Chen was refreshed inside. They deserved everything that came to them. It was time for Xuanhuan to taste what it felt like to be framed by others. He had long since grown tired of and indifferent to Pill Valley's method of smearing his name. However, who could really not care? It was just that there was no way to stop it. It was just like what Boss Bao had said. Chen just had one mouth, while they had billions of them and some were particularly big. He could only accept being accused of the wildest crimes. Saying that he didn't care was just making himself feel better. You're clearly killing him to shut him up. Xuanhuan, you're just trying to cover up the truth. I never expected that you, the Grand Valley Master of Pill Valley, would be so despicable. Pill Valley claims to be distanced from the cultivation world and outside of the struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. But now, you've colluded with the corrupt path, as well as bought the higher-ups of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Just what kind of shameful plot are you scheming? Cried out Chen with righteous indignation. It was like he was worried things weren't chaotic enough. That's right, my boss is right. Just looking at your current sinister and tyrannical appearance, I can tell that you're a crafty and evil person. Even such a person is fit to be Pill Valley's master, Xuanhuan joined in. After all, this was the best opportunity to draw attention to himself. A chance to point at Pill Valley's master and curse him in the nose didn't come more than once in a lifetime. Most importantly, this situation was perfect for showing off. It was efficient, quick, painless, and a perfect example of low risk and high reward. Xuanhuan naturally wouldn't let this chance escape. You're all courting death. Xuanhuan had never been so infuriated in all his years. His aura rose and black and white energy began to surge out of him. The void shook around him. Heaven and earth changed color, and a terrifying pressure crashed down, causing everyone's expressions to change. Xuanhuan was truly infuriated. All the fury he had been suppressing was being released. He felt like if he tried holding it back any longer, he would explode. Chen was too hateful. Each of his words was extremely humiliating to Xuanhuan. He had completely lost the dignity of Pill Valley's master. As Xuanhuan's crazy aura spread, all the experts shook. They all collapsed on the ground and knelt in fear. That was a kind of respect toward death. Even the neutral camp's experts were affected and knelt. Even the elusive music Immortal Palace's disciples were pale and tottering, on the verge of collapse. Only Ziyan was calmly watching without the slightest expression. It was unknown what she was thinking. As that aura grew stronger, even Life Star experts quivered as they knelt. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The black and white energy around Xuanhuan intertwined. The white energy represented life, while the black energy represented death. He was just like the ruler of life and death. In this space, any life could be taken with just a thought. This was the terrifying life and death domain of Nether Passage experts. Within this domain, they were rulers. No one could resist. Chen stood calmly as he watched Xuanhuan release his aura. He sensed a kind of energy that had transcended mortal power. Rather than power, this seemed more like a kind of law. This pressure was useless against Chen. It also lost effect against the Dragonblood warriors. They had walked the thin line between life and death countless times and had long since grown accustomed to it. They were indifferent to the fear of death. This pressure was truly terrifying, but in the end, it came from one man. On the other hand, they had repeatedly gone against heavenly tribulation. They had faced heavenly pressure. Seeing the Life Star experts kneeling, the Dragonblood warriors were filled with pride. Chen had made them continuously go against their heavenly tribulations, and now they were reaping the rewards. Each of them could look down arrogantly on these people. "Boss, help me. I don't think I can hold on any longer," said Xuanhuan, his body twitching. Chapter 1575, A Competition of Expert. Translator Born to Be. Come smile a bit more naturally. Hearing Xuanhuan's plea, Chen smiled helplessly. He placed an arm on Xuanhuan's shoulder and lightning sparked. Xuanhuan's body immediately stiffened. His hair stood on end and that smile froze. He stood there, straight as a bamboo pole. On the surface, he looked very much at attention. Are you trying to scare a child? If you are, you've managed to achieve your goal so you can put away your aura. If you want to fight, then all you need to do is nod your head. When it comes to fighting, I, Jade, have never been afraid of anyone. Jade looked indifferently at Xuanhuan as his aura rose. She clasped her hands behind her back, not at all moved by his power. Chen, don't worry, she's family. The old man Aya. The seventh boss was in the midst of whispering to Chen when he was sent flying by the old man's staff. You're talking too much. The old man glanced at the seventh boss. That warning gaze was clear. Chen was a bit confused, not knowing why the seventh boss would suddenly be beaten for nothing. At this moment, Xuanhuan's rising aura vanished. Only then did others manage to stand again. However, their faces were all ashen. Nether Passage experts were absolutely terrifying. Even their previous exchanges had been nothing more than probing blows. Nether Passage experts were in control of life and death. Such people were already close to the gods. Jade, what do you think you're doing? If there are any problems, we can talk it out. My Pill Valley will see what we can do. If you want to fight, then my true body will immediately come and we can have a real battle, said Xuanhuan coldly. He was clearly expressing his attitude. If Jade forced him, then he would summon his true body. HMPH, don't use your true body to threaten others. If your true body could come, it'd have long since come. You want to talk it out? Fine. In the future, keep your claws cleaner and don't reach them out randomly. Jade have not died yet. Chen belongs to a sect of my Martial Heaven Alliance and is one of my disciples. This matter can end here, said Jade. Hearing that, Chen was surprised. This Jade was actually intent on protecting him. That was completely going against Pill Valley. Impossible. In the spirit world, Chen began Xuanhuan. Stop talking about the spirit world. It's impossible for you to drown out the real history by spreading fake books and stories. I know that there are at least 10 people here who know the truth about the spirit world. It's just that no one wants to mention them. Do you not know all the immoral things you've done? If that's the case, then I won't mind telling the story of the spirit world and Martial Heaven continent, letting these children who have been overdosed in your false history learn the truth, said Jade without yielding in the slightest. Hearing her say that, everyone's hearts shook. Jade was the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance and a Nether Passage expert. She had to know some secrets. Most people had only heard public stories about the spirit world. Those stories said that the spirit world had been allied with the Martial Heaven continent. But in the human race's most dangerous moment, the spirit race had betrayed them, stabbing them in their back, which resulted in them becoming mortal enemies. However, there were no detailed accounts regarding why the spirit world had betrayed the human race. Just now, Chen had said that he would explain, but the sharp-mouthed Life Star expert hadn't given him a chance to, and Chen had killed him in his fury. After that interruption, Chen had lost the desire to explain, disappointing them. Now that Jade said this, though, everyone was sure there was something suspicious about it. Chen always acted openly. He disdained lying. If he had simply denied that he had killed humans in the spirit world, no one would have been able to do anything to him, especially since he was worshipped by countless disciples. However, he hadn't done that. Just from that, it was possible to see his character. He had to have his own reason. That reason most likely related to this secret Jade had mentioned to Xuanhuan. Alliance head, we very much want to know the truth, said Xuanhuan amongst the neutral camp. You're the apprentice of the elusive music immortal palace's Xuanhuan. Jade did not reply. Instead, she asked Xuanhuan's origins. That's right, disciple Xuanhuan greets senior, Xuanhuan bowed. Jade nodded. You're worthy of being from the elusive music immortal palace. This karmic luck makes one envious. Do you really want to know the truth? If you learn it, your master might get angry. What, why? Asked Xuanhuan. Jade, you shouldn't talk rubbish. If you want to talk, you should bring out proof and pay attention to your status, shouted Xuanhuan. Valley Master. Suddenly, the Flame Divine Palace's master ran over dejectedly to Xuanhuan and handed him a photographic Jade. Looking at what was depicted, Xuanhuan's expression immediately changed. He suddenly roared at Li Tianxuan, Xuanchen Dao sect, what is this? Everyone was curious as to what the photographic Jade had recorded to make Xuanhuan suddenly act like this. It's nothing. I just entrusted the Huyun sect with spreading the truth of the Xuanchen Dao sect's destruction to the public. letting all the eastern Chuan region's people know exactly who did this. That way, they can't accuse Long Chen of doing it. What does that dissatisfy you? Asked Li Tianxuan politely. Are you curious about how a fight amongst divine items could be recorded so completely? Then you can only blame yourself for underestimating the reincarnation mirror. Although it's only a quasi-divine item, it's not used for fighting. It has its own special abilities, allowing it to record everything that happens in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Even if you used the Brahma divine diagram, even if you screened off the heavens, even if you threw space into chaos, it's all useless. That is its heaven-defying ability. Valley Master, it was your Pill Valley that participated in the destruction of my Xuanhuan Dao sect and then accused Long Chen of the crime. Don't you think you need to give an explanation to my Xuanhuan Dao sect in front of all these people? Everyone became dumbfounded, including the experts behind Xuanhuan. How is that possible? If Pill Valley participated in the destruction of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, can they even be called neutral? The neutral camp's experts were even more stunned. This news was too shocking. Was Pill Valley really scheming against Long Chen? They wanted to make the public opinion of him as low as possible and then borrow everyone's hands to kill him. But why would Pill Valley do this? How does killing Long Chen benefit them? I heard that Long Chen's conflict with Pill Valley stemmed from the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower's master wanted Long Chen's treasures, so he sent people to hunt him down in the Four Nations' ancient remnant. The neutral camp's experts immediately exploded into a discussion, bringing up all sorts of points. Although they didn't know the full details, they chose to trust Long Chen. When they looked at this situation from Long Chen's viewpoint, many things became clear. Who did this? Who was so brazen as to secretly take out a divine item and participate in a secular battle? Roared Xuanhuan, glaring at the palace master. Valley Master, the palace master instantly became terrified. Bastards, how brazen! Xuanhuan furiously waved his hand, and the palace master's throat was caught in his hand. The palace master, a peak life star expert, had no ability to resist. Valley Master, spare me, begged the palace master. Unfortunately for him, Xuanhuan ignored his begging. The Danite furnace behind Xuanhuan swallowed the palace master. After a moment, the palace master's wail of despair came from within it before everything fell silent. I will carefully investigate this matter. If traitors appeared in my Pill Valley, I will definitely give you an explanation. But if that's not the case and someone is attempting to frame Pill Valley, well, although we are neutral, we're not someone just anyone can slander. Goodbye. The Danite furnace broke through the void, and Xuanhuan's figure vanished. When Xuanhuan returned to Pill Valley, he immediately slammed the chair in front of him, turning it into dust. His expression was twisted. He no longer had his calm air. How infuriating! How did you mess up so badly that you left behind such irrefutable evidence? You couldn't even handle something as insignificant as this, roared Xuanhuan, his voice shaking the entire room. The palace master was standing in front of Xuanhuan, completely safe and sound. If Long Chen and the others could see this, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration toward their acting abilities. It was an accident. No one would have expected that a quasi-divine item would have such a heaven-defying ability. Even the Brahma divine diagram screening was ineffective against it. That bastard Li Tianxuan is too crafty, said the palace master helplessly. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and his anger slowly faded. He returned to calm. Go find a few unlucky fellows in the Flame Divine Palace. Your two vice palace masters will probably have to be tossed out along with them. Valley Master. Xuanhuan waved his hand, shaking his head. This matter has grown too big. We must give an explanation to the eastern Xuan region. Not only do they have to die, Valley Master, you don't need to die, but your identity will have to die. Otherwise, there be no way to settle these waves. Other than that, send someone to the Xuanhuan Dao sect to apologize and offer compensation to settle this. We even need to compensate them. Nonsense, how could we not compensate them when we destroyed their sect? Go, find someone good at bargaining, but be prepared to be taken for a killing. They won't let us off cheaply, said Xuanhuan helplessly. He had nowhere to vent his rage. There was nothing he could do. Once the palace master left, Xuanhuan took a deep breath. Long Chen, I'll let you be pleased for now. We'll settle our debts later. Chapter 1576, Jianing's Warning. Translator, born to be. Once Pill Valley's people retreated, everyone was left dumbfounded. The corrupt experts were especially pale. Pill Valley had actually abandoned them. In the face of the terrifying head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the corrupt elder's expression was unsightly. The two were mortal enemies. However, without the blood gourd, he couldn't even run from her. People from the corrupt path, listen well. Tell that old ghost Xuanhuan to grow a brain and not be used by others. If he wants to cooperate with others, then, with his little bit of intelligence, even his bones will be swallowed by others without leaving the slightest trace. Take your people and scram, shouted Jianying. The reason why Jianying sat in the highest position of power in the Martial Heaven Alliance wasn't just because of her martial power. It was also because of her intelligence. She knew that Pill Valley was using the corrupt path as a weapon. Although she had only just come out of seclusion, she had already figured out some of Pill Valley's schemes. First, the Pill Valley had used the carrot and stick approach to try and control the corrupt path. Thereafter, their hands stretched into the interior of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and it let them gain control of many sects. The sects that refused to listen to them ended up attacked by the corrupt path. Alone and without reinforcements, they were destroyed. The corrupt path had been Pill Valley's tool to draw more righteous sects under their wing. These particular corrupt experts were wholly insignificant to Jianying. The blood gourd had already been destroyed by Chen, so there wasn't much difference between killing them and not killing them. However, by releasing them, it was possible to send a warning to the corrupt path. Although it might not stop the corrupt path from working with Pill Valley, they wouldn't end up becoming Pill Valley's dogs in the future. That was her only goal. Even if she had to release these people, it was worth it in the long run. The corrupt experts had not expected Jianying to let them off. They bowed slightly toward her before leaving. Although Jianying was their enemy, the corrupt path did not conceal their worship for the strong. Even if it was an enemy, as long as it was a powerful enemy, they would be respected. Once the corrupt experts had left, Jianying's gaze swept across the ancient races. She smiled coldly. I heard the ancient races have become quite arrogant during my seclusion. You're complaining that your territory isn't large enough and you want to expand. How about my Martial Heaven Alliance just gives you half our territory so that each member of the ancient races has their own mountain? How does that sound? During these past few years, the ancient races had been rapidly expanding their territory, not satisfied with what they had. Some smaller sects had been driven away by them, while some stronger sects had disbanded thanks to Pill Valley's coordination. Only some tough sects who didn't bend to the carrot or the stick had gone against the ancient races despite Pill Valley's mediation. After all, no one wanted to leave their home. As a result, those sects were suddenly attacked by the corrupt path, while the reinforcements from other sects were one step too late to help. Those sects were either destroyed or had their cores so badly damaged that they were forced to disband. Now that Jianying had brought this up, those ancient race experts' expressions sank. Saying that they would each have a mountain was clearly mocking them for having few people but being extremely greedy. However, even their powerful life star experts were intimidated by Jianying and didn't dare to even let out a fart. Don't think that with the support of the Xuanhuan beasts and the favor of Pill Valley that you can do whatever you want. Pill Valley won't help you unless it benefits them as well, and the Xuanhuan beasts have never publicly expressed any opinion of you. Don't think you have so much support. Speaking of which, go tell the Xuanhuan beasts that Hu Xiaolan was slain by my disciple. If they want to find someone for revenge, they can find me, said Jianying. Chen was startled. Hadn't Jianying just arrived? How did she seem to know about everything? You're underestimating the life and death Tao. Nether Passage experts that have gone through the Nether Gate can randomly examine other people's souls. Only a few people can avoid her probing, explained Li Tiangxuan upon seeing his shock. Chen's heart shook. The Nether Passage realm was even more terrifying than he had imagined, so she was actually able to peer into other people's memories without them even being aware. That was beyond his current comprehension. At the start, Chen hadn't felt that the Valley Master was so powerful. However, as he learned more and more about her level, Chen realized he had been too foolish. The Nether Passage realm wasn't something that he could currently comprehend. Little fellows from the Ancient Family Alliance, remember that you're allied with the righteous path. Don't let others intentionally cause conflict amongst us. Of course, I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of you. I just want to make things clear. Cooperation should be sincere. If we can't cooperate, then we can break up. It doesn't matter. But the Martial Heaven Alliance's cooperation with the Ancient Family Alliance is based on both our interests. Although we've received your help, you've also obtained a generous return. Now that I, Jianying, have come out of seclusion, the decisions of the Martial Heaven Alliance are decided by me. Go ask Dai Long if he wants to end this cooperation or not. After telling off the ancient races, Kajianing turned to the ancient family alliance. Yes, disciple will definitely transmit your words. However, Long Chen's actions in the spirit world, don't you think they merit an explanation? An elder from the ancient family alliance walked out, neither arrogant nor subservient. It seemed that he had a certain level of status in the ancient family alliance. He had some skill with words. Originally, he was going to say that Long Chen's actions merited compensation, but he had changed it to an explanation at the last moment. Curiously, Jining did not get angry. Instead, she amicably said, "There are many things that you do know. That means you haven't been bought by Pill Valley. That's why it's best that you do not learn a few things. As for Long Chen's actions in the spirit world, he has his own reasons for those. If you want an explanation, then Long Chen, give them their explanation." Jining beckoned to Long Chen, startling him. He took out Evil Moon again, and the space behind him shook as he prepared to summon his divine ring again. "Brat, I wasn't telling you to fight. Explain the reasons for your actions." Jining's face instantly darkened. Long Chen was too battle-hungry. "Oh, that kind of explanation," said Long Chen apologetically. He had misunderstood her meaning. He had thought she wanted him to beat them. He hesitated. "Can I really?" Jining looked into the distance as if she hadn't heard him. When he looked at the old man went to greet the old patriarch. No one looked at him. "What the fuck is this? They don't want to tell the secrets, so they're making me do it," wondered Long Chen. This was clearly a trap, however he could only leap into it. The neutral camp's people were looking at him with anticipation. This was the secret that they wanted to know the most right now. Even Zai Yan was looking at him. "This relates to ancient secrets. Since I didn't participate in the ancient wars, what I'm about to say merely represents my single viewpoint. Whether or not you believe it is up to you." Long Chen's gaze swept over everyone. He gravely said, "The human race is greatly indebted to the spirit world. The reason I protected the spirit world was twofold. One was as thanks for a favor, while one was making up for the human race's debt to them." An uproar exploded amongst the crowd. For countless years, the only stories of the spirit world were that they were despicable traitors. Now that they heard the exact opposite, many people were unable to accept this information. "That's impossible. Long Chen, you're definitely making up nonsense," roared an ancient race junior generation expert who had survived the massacre. Long Chen shrugged. "I already said it's up to you if you want to believe me. Don't ask me to bring out any proof because such a thing is absolutely meaningless. I always act according to my heart and I do whatever I want. I disdain lying and making up excuses for my actions. If you want to take revenge against me, then come. I will definitely accompany you to the end. But remember this, if you have an issue with me, come at me. If anyone dares to touch the people by my side, then they'll have touched my reverse scale, which will anger me. When I get angry, even I don't know what I'll do, so it'd be best if you were more reserved." After Long Chen said this, killing intent ignited in his eyes once more. The flames of fury in his heart were once more set aflame. Even Long Chen didn't know why his temper had grown more berserk. He was easier to anger now. He didn't know if it was caused by Evil Moon or not. He had once tried to probe Evil Moon about this issue, but Evil Moon had immediately retorted angrily that he was like this from the start. It had nothing to do with the issue. At this point, Long Chen had clearly killed so many people. He had killed the main instigators, and he couldn't even keep count of how many heavenly geniuses he had slain. However, whenever he thought of how his opponents had dared to target his parents and torture Cloud, his killing intent immediately surged, and he wanted to kill them all. As soon as Long Chen's killing intent was released, that disciple didn't dare to make another sound. He felt himself be locked down by an air of death. The experts around him vanished, leaving him to face Long Chen alone. Even that many experts together were unable to feel safe in front of him. They sensed a terrifying pressure from Long Chen that was on the same level as the pressure from Nether Passage experts. It had felt like whether they would live or die was based on a single whim from Long Chen. "I trust Long Chen. Don't ask me why. Trust is trust." A rank 9 celestial suddenly came out in support of Long Chen. "I also trust him. I trust his character. He definitely wouldn't lie. I believed in Long Chen from the start. I never doubted him." Following one person taking the lead, more and more experts from the neutral camp came out in support of Long Chen. The main reason why they had stood in the neutral camp was more or less because they had some feelings of worship toward Long Chen. Otherwise, they'd have long since yielded to the pressure of their families or sects to join Pill Valley's camp. They didn't want to submit to Pill Valley, but they also didn't dare to directly support Long Chen. Just choosing the neutral camp could barely count as silent support for Long Chen. Now that Long Chen had explained the truth about the spirit world, almost all the neutral camp's experts chose to believe him. That was because Long Chen was an extremely trustworthy person. He never lied. With other powerful figures of high status also supporting him, there was even less chance that he was lying. Can I ask if the Dragonblood Legion is still accepting new members? Suddenly, a person cried out nervously and excitedly. Countless disciples immediately went silent, holding their breaths with anticipation. Chapter 1577, Invitation. Translator Born to Be. My apologies, but the Dragonblood Legion isn't recruiting. We are one solid entity forged through battle. Whether it's the first-generation Dragonblood warriors or the second-generation Dragonmark warriors, our emotions were born and baptized through blood and fire. There's no way for others to gain such a relationship with us. Joining the Dragonblood Legion is not a matter of how high your cultivation base or how great your talent is. All the 12,000 members of the Dragonblood Legion have one heart. Even if we wanted to accept you, without having gone through blood and fire, life and death, there's no way we can be united. So thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I'm sorry to say that I cannot accept, said Long Chen. Although there were several Empyreans amongst the neutral camp, Long Chen couldn't accept them. It was as he said. The Dragonblood Legion was like a weapon forged together, and their forger was countless trials and tribulations. They had been smelted together by the merciless world with its cruel flames. After that forging, it was difficult for new people to join them. Although they had felt that the chances were low, hearing this decisive answer still disappointed countless people. However, don't be too disappointed. The Dragonblood Legion isn't accepting new members, but the Xuanhuan Dao sect's large gates are open to any upright and open-hearted people. Although it's not joining the Dragonblood Legion, joining the Xuanhuan Dao sect will still allow us to fight shoulder to shoulder against our enemies, said Long Chen. Their eyes lit up. That was true. By joining the Xuanhuan Dao sect, wouldn't they have more chances to interact with Long Chen? Perhaps in the future, there would be a chance that they could join the Dragonblood Legion. I want to join the Xuanhuan Dao sect. My sect is too cowardly and ordered me to join Sha Guangyan's side. Such weak and cowardly higher-ups almost caused me to die. Fortunately, I was smart enough to choose the neutral camp, or I wouldn't exist any longer. If I had listened to my sect's orders, I'd have lost my life, so this life was won by me. I want to leave my sect and join the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Would the Xuanhuan Dao sect want a traitor like me? Asked the rank 9 Celestial. His voice quivered slightly, but he said what countless other disciples wanted to say. Of the disciples present, over 80% of them came from sects that had told them to join Sha Guangyan's side. Some sects had even ordered them to join that side, or they would be viewed as criminals who had betrayed their sects. However, geniuses were naturally rebellious. It was hard to change what they had set their minds on. Not all of them chose to stand on the neutral side because they believed Long Chen was falsely accused. There was also another portion that had simply been irritated by their sect's orders, and so they deliberately went against them. However, now they felt a burst of fear, as well as anger toward their higher-ups. Those higher-ups had almost sent them to their deaths. Betraying one sect made them traitors, and others would look down on them. That was a name that they would never be able to get rid of in their life. However, who wouldn't want to join the Xuanhuan Dao sect? They had the old patriarch, a nether passage expert, as well as Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion. Who could stop their rise now? Anyone who joined the Dragonblood Legion would instantly have their status rise. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's brilliance would surpass all expectations for sure. Joining them was definitely the wisest decision. However, would the Xuanhuan Dao sect accept them, people who had betrayed their sect? The Dao is endless while love should be limitless. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's cultivation is based on cultivating the Dao. The Dao contains all things, so we naturally have room to expand. As long as your hearts remain righteous, then no matter your status or talent, my Xuanhuan Dao sect will welcome you. Li Tianxuan smiled amicably. However, inside he was extremely moved. His palms were sweaty. He knew the Xuanhuan Dao sect was truly rising. Many thanks, Xuan Master. Disciple wishes to join the Xuanhuan Dao sect. A rank 9 Celestial flew over and kowtowed toward Li Tianxuan. I also want to. Hey, don't push me. Whose hands are those? If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you right now. Everything became chaotic as the heavenly geniuses of the neutral camp fought to fly to the front. Tens of thousands of experts were rushing over. 60 to 70% of those experts were ranked 9 celestials. Liu Kang's smile looked like a flower in bloom. There was no way to differentiate them into inner and outer sect disciples. These people were all geniuses amongst geniuses, experts amongst experts. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had now picked up countless treasures. No, the treasures had taken the initiative to jump into their hands. It wasn't even possible to pick them all up. Wang Zhen couldn't help but bitterly smile. He looked at Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, and the others. He saw a similar sadness in their eyes. They were originally the Xuanhuan Dao sect's top geniuses. However, once these people joined, they would immediately be drowned out. Li Tianxuan patted Wang Zhen on the shoulder. Don't be dejected. You will always be the heavenly geniuses of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. No one will surpass you. Of course, that's on the precondition that you don't compare yourself to Long Chen. Xuan Master, disciple isn't jealous. Wang Zhen hastily tried to explain himself. Li Tianxuan waved his hand. All of you are disciples I've seen growing up. Other than that little monster Long Chen, I'm clear on everything in your hearts. Don't worry. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's karmic luck is soaring into the sky. As witnesses to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rise, you are the favorites of this generation of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Once everything's over, I will activate the karmic luck blessing. You'll all have a chance of becoming Empyreans, said Li Tianxuan confidently. His confidence stemmed from Long Chen. Long Chen had truly been ruthless during the dragon slaughtering convention. Practically, all the Eastern Xuan region's experts had been drawn over, and over 100 sects had been destroyed during this convention. The world was changing because of him. Karmic luck had become increasingly turbulent. With so many geniuses joining the Xuanhuan Dao sect, they would bring all the Eastern Xuan region's karmic luck with them. Li Tianxuan was so excited not just because of all these genius disciples joining, but also the endless karmic luck they were bringing with them. That was the true priceless treasure. There were even 2 Empyreans who decided to join the Xuanhuan Dao sect after hesitating for a long time. The elders almost went crazy with joy. As more disciples joined the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the senior experts from the other sects turned ashen. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's rise was now set in stone. No one could possibly stop them now. The ancient race experts didn't want to keep watching this, and they left dejectedly. The ancient family alliances experts also left in groups. In the end, there were only a few experts of the righteous path that refused to leave. Li Tianxuan knew what they wanted. He said, "My Xuanhuan Dao sect cultivates the Dao. Although we can only understand the slightest fraction of the true Dao, we know how to distinguish right and wrong. This time, Long Chen really went a bit too far. When my Xuanhuan Dao sect calms down, we'll make sure to send over some humble gifts as an apology." Li Tianxuan was very experienced with how the world worked. He knew that these people were afraid of the Xuanhuan Dao sect causing trouble for them once they grew stronger. However, his words were humble, expressing his attitude. The things in the past were in the past. He wouldn't bother them over it. They could all just get along. His last sentence in particular was giving them face. After all, Long Chen had killed all their disciples. Offering some compensation was all right since they were the ultimate winners. We wouldn't dare to accept. Once the Xuanhuan Dao sect rebuilds, please send a message to me, Qi Yuno. I promise to come celebrate with you, said a smiling elder. Long Chen's face twitched. How shameless did someone have to be to act like this? Just now, this person had been shouting to kill him. Just how fake were people? For profit, a person's two-faced nature would reveal itself. Even their emotions were fake. Just what was the point of their cultivation? What was the point of their life? Could it be that cultivation was not to live with dignity but so that you could do whatever you wanted? What made Long Chen speechless was that there were even more shameless sect leaders who now went over to Li Tianxuan, exchanging conversation with him. Some people even praised Long Chen for being so talented at such a young age. A strange smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Yes, he supposed he really was talented to have killed all their elite disciples. He turned away from them. These people might have smiles on their faces now, but Long Chen saw their killing intent and resentment clearer than anyone. These people simply swayed whichever way the wind blew, but they always left themselves a path out. Long Chen dared to guarantee that if Pill Valley rose and the Xuanhuan Dao sect was in an inferior position, their fake smiles would instantly transform into icy sneers. They wouldn't hesitate to raise their butcher's knife against the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Perhaps this was simply the cultivation world. It was full of fake, dislikable people. Liu Kang, the tower department head, and the elders were busy registering disciples. while Li Tianxuan was busy conversing with the hypocritical sect leaders. Jianying, the patriarch, and the old man didn't say anything. They just watched calmly. After these righteous experts were done with their fake congratulations, they departed. Some of the neutral camp's disciples also began to leave now. The battle today had ended, and it was time for them to leave. Due to various reasons, they didn't want to leave their sects. After all, no matter how bad a sect was, it was still their home. No one would want to leave their home. From a distance, Long Chen watched a group of women leave. Appearing isolated and alone, Yan led the elusive music immortal palace's disciples away. Although Long Chen hadn't looked at her, he knew that Yan had been watching him the entire time. She had wanted to say something several times, but in the end, she had merely sighed and left. Staring at Yan's distant back, even Long Chen didn't know what emotion he was feeling. In any case, he was feeling very unwell. Meng Qi held his hand. She softly said, "You know she's a good person." "I know. Unfortunately, we're fated to be enemies," sighed Long Chen. This world was just too irritating. It had to force him to become someone that repaid kindness with enmity. "Long Chen, I don't think you should stay in the eastern Xuan region any longer. Come with me to the central Xuan region." Once the outsiders had left, Jianying, who had been silent for so long, suddenly opened her mouth. Chapter 1578, The Old Man's Secret. Translator Born to Be. Don't even think about it. Jianying had just opened her mouth when the old man stood in opposition to her. Long Chen was a bit befuddled, not knowing what was going on. "I was asking Long Chen, not you. Why are you so big-mouthed?" demanded Jianying. "Long Chen is my family's child, so I get to decide," shouted the old man, stabbing the black staff into the ground. "I can't be bothered with you. Long Chen, do you want to come with me to the central Xuan region? That place is definitely 100 times better than here. With me present, no one would dare to bully you. Not even Pill Valley or the Xuan beasts have those guts," said Jianying, turning to Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. "Many thanks for your kind intentions, but I don't want to leave the eastern Xuan region for now. I also can't leave the Xuanchen Dao sect." Long Chen's words caused the old man's expression to improve slightly. On the other hand, Li Tianxuan's expression was calm from start to end. He didn't seem worried at all. "Are you a fool? The Xuanchen Dao sect might be rising, and I've also made my warning, making it so people won't directly target you, but it's the hidden arrows that are hardest to block. Even if you aren't thinking of yourself, what about the people beside you?" demanded Jianying, disappointed with his poor decision. Long Chen laughed. "The cultivation path is one of no return. Ever since we chose to fight for the peak of the martial path, we began betting our lives against the heavens. If we didn't even have the courage to bet, how would we cultivate? The entire Dragonblood Legion thinks the same way. They've entrusted their lives to me, and my decision is their decision. Even if we fall on the struggle of the martial path, we will die together. We'll gather in the Yellow Springs and continue our fight from there." Long Chen's laughter was full of equanimity toward death and unstoppable drive that caused all the experts to be moved. Only a domineering person could say such domineering words. The old man and the 7 bosses all smiled. This was how grand a man should act. You really are just like that old ghost," raged Jianying. "Ha, my family's children all have this kind of temperament. What, you do like it?" laughed the old man as if he had won. Jianying's angry expression suddenly transformed into a contemptuous smile. "What does Long Chen's temperament have to do with you? He came from the eastern wasteland. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. It's like you think Long Chen's accomplishments are all thanks to you. People really grow more shameless as they grow old." "Bullshit," the old man raged. "Long Chen was just a brat in the eastern wasteland, and he even killed one of my heaven-splitting battle sect's outer disciples. It was only thanks to my wisdom that we didn't pursue that and even cleaned up a batch of disciples that didn't fit our standards. We even gave him split the heavens. His accomplishments are definitely partially thanks to me. How am I shameless?" The old man looked exceptionally infuriated. He was like a provoked lion, and even the veins on his forehead were bulging. The 7 bosses simply shook their heads with a smile, not surprised at all. Long Chen didn't comprehend at first, but when he thought of what the 7th boss had said to him, he realized what was happening. So that's what it was. Does getting angry about the truth have any use? If the Xuanchen Dao sect hadn't arrived just now, you would either be dead or crippled. Don't you feel shame bragging so much? Demanded Jianying disdainfully. So what? Even if they hadn't come, I could have cut down Xuanhuan's clone. Who would dare to look down on me? Snorted the old man. Long Chen was startled. The old man was actually so powerful that with his half-step nether passage cultivation base, he could still destroy Xuanhuan's clone even when it was in possession of the Daynite furnace. It seemed the ninth form of Split the Heavens had some kind of secret to it. To trade your true body with a clone, have you grown muddled with age? Asked Jianying coldly. I was willing to do it. Does that have anything to do with you? The old man didn't have the slightest air of a wise elder or a reserved elder. However, his current appearance did make him seem much younger. As the two of them exchanged words, more and more experts came to a realization. As long as they weren't a fool, anyone would be able to tell that Jianying and the old man had some kind of relationship. Jianying ignored the old man's reply and looked at Long Chen. Child, let me ask you, if your women grew stronger than you, what would you do? Would you get jealous of them? Long Chen was caught off guard by this question. Looking at Mengqi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er, he replied without any hesitation, if they were stronger than me, that would be the best. It would make me overjoyed. Why would I get jealous? Do you see that? That S called a man. HMPH, not like some petty little person whose heart is narrower than a needle and doesn't like it when other people are stronger than him. Although Jianying didn't directly bring up the old man, her meaning was already clear. When did I ever get jealous of you? What a joke. I've already comprehended life and death, and I'm just one step away from Nether Passage. Just wait. We're leaving. The old man waved his hand and then left. In his fury, he didn't even say goodbye. Boss Bao and the others hastily followed. Bao Buping and Chang Hao waved goodbye to Long Chen as they ran off as well. They knew the old man was angry and couldn't be further provoked. Long Chen shook his head. Clearly, the old man had some kind of relationship with the Alliance head. From Jianying's eyes, Long Chen saw a trace of remorse, but she still kept a cold smile on her face. That made Long Chen sigh. Even at such an age, they were still like children. Could they not grow up? Jianying took a deep breath. Looking at Long Chen, she said, "You're a good child and a real man at that. Don't follow in that old ghost's footsteps and become so narrow-minded, looking down on women. For now, this matter is over. I have regained control of the Martial Heaven Alliance and cleaned up its interior. The Martial Heaven Alliance won't be in turmoil like before. Also, Pill Valley won't be able to find trouble for you temporarily, and the corrupt path should cease their schemes as long as they have the slightest brains. As for the Xuanhuan beasts, I will personally warn them. I doubt they would dare to touch you." "Many thanks, Senior. I've been tired just trying to keep up with them. I can finally take a break." Long Chen smiled. That smile truly contained some relief. Right after the battle of the spirit world where he had lost hundreds of his brothers, he had returned to the continent to find that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was destroyed and all sorts of rumors were spreading. He had been surrounded by enemies this entire time. "You really are different from that old fellow. Even when he was young and filled with drive, he refused to ever admit when he was tired. Well, that's not important. Think of some way to give this to him and do your best not to let him know that it's from me." Jianying took out a jade case. This jade case was covered in black and white lines. When Long Chen touched it, his heart pounded. There was powerful life and death energy coming from the jade case. He felt like his soul was about to be pulled into it. "This is some of my experience when entering the netherworld. Help me give it to that old ghost. However, if you tell him it's from me, he won't accept it." Jianying shook her head helplessly. Long Chen promised, "Don't worry, just leave it to me. I'll handle this." Jianying smiled. "I was rushing to come here today, so I don't have any gifts for you. Next time I'll have something ready. I have to go now. Things back at the headquarters are still in shambles. Be careful." Jianying was saying goodbye to the patriarch and was about to leave when she suddenly let out a cold snort. She slashed her sword upward. A flash of sword light pierced the void, tearing open the sky. A vague figure could be seen for just a moment before it vanished. "Bloodkill Hall, listen well. If you dare to use seniors to attack juniors, then even if I have to flip through this whole world, I'll find you and erase you from existence," shouted Jianying. Everyone jumped in shock. None of them had even sensed someone. If it hadn't been for Jianying, they wouldn't have even known that there was a terrifying assassin approaching. Long Chen also praised her inside. She was truly worthy of being the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. She had actually sensed that assassin one step before him. His 9-star Hegemon body art had only sensed the assassin the instant Jianying had attacked. "Long Chen, be careful of the Bloodkill Hall's people. They are like houseflies, they're everywhere. I heard that they've given rise to a divine emissary, and that divine emissary is the one who managed to receive the greatest divine blessing in all the Bloodco Hall's history. Be careful, warned Jianying. Yes, I'll be careful, Long Chen nodded. Only then did Jianying return to her carriage. The nine-winged killing eagle spread its wings and vanished from sight. All the various experts from various forces had now left, leaving behind only the Xuanhuan Dao sect's people. The current Xuanhuan Dao sect was in an unprecedented golden age. Countless top geniuses had joined them. They had definitely become the strongest sect in the eastern Xuan region. All the experts who had just joined were excited. On one hand, they had just joined the strongest sect in the eastern Xuan region, while on the other hand, they were now in the same sect as Long Chen. Long Chen was the eastern Xuan region's strongest monster. He slaughtered other heavenly geniuses without ever tasting defeat. To be able to say that they came from the same sect as him was definitely an honor. Li Tianxuan looked at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood and loudly said, "Brothers and sisters, welcome to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Starting today, we are now one family. For now, let's not talk about anything else. After so much fierce fighting, my stomach's empty. Let's return to the sect to eat and drink. I, Long Chen, will offer all of you a toast to welcome you." Long Chen's wanton and relaxed style made these new disciples who had just joined feel even more excitement. Just as they were cheering, Long Chen pulled Xia Yunchang and Xia Yuliwa with him to the Dragon Blood Legion. The reincarnation mirror activated, drawing them all inside. The Xuanhuan Tower and reincarnation mirror broke through space, vanishing, leaving behind only a desolate and empty battlefield. Chapter 1579 Huge Waves. Translator Born to Be. The waves caused by the dragon slaughtering convention spread far and wide, going from the eastern Xuan region to the entire martial heaven continent. This dragon slaughtering convention, which was supposed to be a simple competition amongst the junior generation and shouldn't have caused any reaction at all, had ended up drawing in the majority of the eastern Xuan region sects, as well as 3 Nether Passage experts. Nether Passage experts were rare even within the entire continent. They were figures that could shake the continent. It wasn't just because they were so powerful themselves. Another reason was because Nether Passage experts could unleash the greatest power from divine items. They could cause irreparable damage to the very land. Nether Passage experts would rarely ever reveal themselves. However, 3 of them had now appeared at once. How could that not be shocking? Who would have thought that the Xuanhuan Dao sect, which had declined to the point that it had been about to be wiped out by the flow of time, would actually revive and give rise to a Nether Passage expert? The Xuanhuan Dao sect was like a lion that had been slumbering for countless years, that had awoken with a roar to express that it was awake again, and no one could stop it. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance had been tidied up by Jianying. The people that Pill Valley had snuck into the alliance were all slain. She didn't give Pill Valley any face. Of the ones who were bribed by Pill Valley, those with heavy offenses were directly slain, while those with light offenses were told by Jianying that she would see how they acted in the future. During this time, if they didn't act properly, they would be expelled. Jianying's tidying of the Martial Heaven Alliance was quick as lightning. Her means were ruthless. At the same time, Jianying sent a message to the Corrupt Path, Ancient Races, Ancient Family Alliance, Bloodco Hall, and Xuan Beasts. Any power, any expert that had wanted to challenge could do so as long as they were within the same realm. Even if they were to kill Long Chen, she wouldn't make a sound. However, if anyone were to bully him with a higher cultivation base or despicable means, then just like the dragon slaughtering convention, that person would have to face her fury. Her words were very domineering. She didn't say that they would have to face the Martial Heaven Alliance's fury. No, she said that they would have to face her fury. That was what made her words even more domineering. Like that, she wouldn't be restricted by her status as head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. In her eyes, even having to give up her position was worth it to beat people who offended her to death. The Xuanhuan Dao sect now had a Nether Passage expert and had recruited tens of thousands of geniuses. They had become the strongest force in the eastern Xuan region. Furthermore, they had the support of the Martial Heaven Alliance's leader, while Long Chen was also closely connected to the Wine God Palace and the Huyun sect. Who could possibly find trouble for him now? If Long Chen didn't go find others for trouble, others would have to light incense in thanks. When it came to fame, within the eastern Xuan region, no one, young or old, could compare to Long Chen. Although there was no way to say that there wouldn't be someone more famous in the future, his level of fame was precedented. What caused even more waves was that Long Chen had cleared up the name of the spirit world, saying that they weren't traitors. It was the human race that owed a great debt to the spirit world. When he had said this, both Jianying, the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and the old Xuan master of the Xuanchen Dao sect had been present when he had said this, but neither of them had said anything. They had clearly given their tacit approval of his words. That sparked a huge debate in the Martial Heaven continent. Some people believed that Long Chen was intentionally lying to give himself a just reason for his actions. However, the majority disagreed with that view. History was unclear, but they had eyes, and they had personally witnessed Long Chen's character. Such a person would disdain lying. Although the name of the dragon slaughtering convention ended up satirical with its conclusion, it had still been an inspiring fight. This had been a truly world-shaking fight, a battle of top heavenly geniuses. However, some people were unable to find inspiration from it. Other than Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Ancient Family Alliance, and the Xuan Beasts, the ones who actually had it the worst off was the Grand Han Ancient Nation. Their capital had been destroyed. However, what was worse than that was that due to the collision of divine items, everything within 10,000 miles had become a land of death. Other than Celestials, no one else could approach that area. Let alone ordinary people, even Xiantian experts would be crushed by the pressure if they entered there. If it was just the ruined land, then that would be one thing. The Grand Han could also build a new capital. However, what caused the Grand Han to despair was that somehow, someone had set up a formation in the capital that had sucked up the majority of their dragon vein energy to power the barrier. Originally, Xuanhuan had promised that this barrier would be used at a critical moment to capture Long Chen. It was supposed to be a small formation. However, this small formation had become a peerless, giant formation that had sucked away the Grand Han's dragon vein energy. This so-called dragon vein energy was similar to a sex heaven and earth divine spring. It was condensed of karmic luck. Without the protection of their dragon vein, the Grand Han was in danger of crumbling at any moment. If the Grand Han could gather the hearts of the commoners, they could rebuild a capital and construct a formation. In 100,000 years, they might be able to give birth to a new dragon vein. However, in order to curry favor with Pill Valley, the Grand Han had provoked the disgust of the commoners, even giving their capital to Pill Valley. Originally, the plan was to use Pill Valley's power to execute Long Chen, and then gain powerful helpers to devour the Grand Xia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu. The commoners were driven away, and the formation was constructed all for Pill Valley. However, rather than currying favor, their plan exploded in their faces. Their dragon vein was destroyed. Even the secular world, that signified that this dynasty had reached its end. The Grand Han's imperial family had never treated their commoners particularly well. They only cared about themselves. As for the commoners, their requirements weren't very high. They just wanted a place where they could live in peace, away from fighting and killing. However, not caring about that, the imperial family had still tried to use Pill Valley to devour the other ancient nations. However, now Pill Valley was investigating just who had sneak attacked the Xuanchen Dao sect and had no time to bother with them. Furthermore, the Grand Han had lost its value to them. Pill Valley kicked them aside mercilessly. Politics were just that heartless. Even the commoners could clearly see Pill Valley's indifference towards them. However, the imperial family was lost in the stories and legends that they themselves had constructed, resulting in them thinking that they could use Pill Valley to unite the four nations and dominate the land. As the news of the dragon slaughtering convention spread, countless commoners began to migrate from the Grand Han to the Grand Xia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu. They had lost hope in their nation. Not only had they lost their dragon vein, their arrogant provocation of the other three nations when backed by Pill Valley would definitely result in those three nations now unleashing their anger on them. Furthermore, considering Long Chen's relationship with the Grand Xia, the results were clear. In the eyes of the commoners, the Grand Han's imperial family had been too disappointing. On the other hand, the Grand Xia's imperial family had actually endured the Grand Han's constant provocations to keep their commoners safe. That made them want to move even more. Furthermore, the Grand Xia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu all gave the new immigrants a new space in their territory, making them endlessly grateful. This was the style of a real grand nation. Rather than targeting the innocent commoners, they knew that their real enemy was only the Grand Han's imperial family. More and more people left the Grand Han. There were also some people who didn't want to leave who rose in revolt. Groups of experts began to gather in various locations, forming their own revolutionary parties who wanted to overthrow the current imperial family. The Grand Han was thrown into chaos. Even without the other three ancient nations doing anything, the imperial family was already viewed as the enemy of the Grand Han. Some parts of the imperial family's army also switched sides at the last minute. In the end, the Grand Han's imperial family was overthrown in less than a month. When the imperial family's heads were cut down, they were shown as a symbol to the people. Their bodies were also ripped apart by the five-horse punishment. Although the imperial family had been overthrown, the various powerful revolutionary parties all wanted to take the throne, resulting in another huge internal battle that lasted 3 years. When the new ruler was established, the Grand Han had been fighting internally for so long that its core was badly damaged. It no longer had the power to revive itself. It lost the qualifications to challenge the other three ancient nations. Going back in time, Long Chen and the others finally returned to the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's land. When they saw the desolate battlefield, quite a few disciples became gloomy. Some even began to cry, holding back their sobs. Although Li Tianxuan had reacted quickly at that time, the outer region of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, which belonged to the workers and commoners, had been destroyed in the first instant by the attacks of multiple divine items. Many of the outer sect disciples that had survived came from that region of the commoners. Their families had been there. Seeing the battlefield, they were full of pain and hatred. "All right, don't cry. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen already got revenge for us. I'm sure they'll be able to rest in peace in the Yellow Springs. What we need to do is properly cultivate and defeat anyone who dares to provoke us, just like senior apprentice brother Long Chen," comforted someone. As people comforted them, their mournful expressions improved slightly. Suddenly, the sky shook. Everyone hastily looked up. A huge mountain landed on the ground. That was the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's main peak. It had been collected by the Xuanhuan Tower. The main peak had the founder's statue, and they could not allow it to be damaged. Once the main peak fell, divine light flowed through it. It was possible to see visible fluctuations flowing towards the statue. Li Tianxuan smiled with gratification. Those fluctuations were karmic luck. There was an incredible amount of heaven and earth divine spring currently condensing. The Xuanhuan Dao Sect's rise was unstoppable. The old Xuan master looked at that divine light flowing across the statue. The statue seemed to be blossoming with life. He sighed, "Now that I look back, it seems I was always wrong. Tianxuan, I should have given the Xuanhuan Dao Sect to you sooner." "Master, this was all fated. It has nothing to do with you or me. Long Chen was the main point," said Li Tianxuan. They both looked at Long Chen. The Dragonblood Legion had already set up a huge wine table. Long Chen was already starting a celebration with all the disciples. Chapter 15, 80 Wilda's Transformation. Translator Born to Be. The celebration was just a simple one. After all, celebrating now wasn't very suitable because the Xuanhuan Dao sect had no walls. Other than the main peak, the surroundings were desolate, and it wasn't very comfortable. Long Chen also only intended to do this as a formality. After all, many of the disciples that had joined because of him. He drank a bowl of wine with every disciple, agreeing to have a proper celebration once the sect was rebuilt. To be able to drink wine and even personally touch bowls to Long Chen made these disciples extremely moved. After drinking a bowl with every disciple, he had Xuanhuan take his place. Xuanhuan liked showing off and being the center of attention the most. Fortunately, this wine was ordinary wine, or Xuanhuan would have collapsed from drinking all of it. Long Chen returned to the Xuanhuan Tower and could see the other elders busily working. The tower department head was in the midst of designing the rebuilding plan of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. As for the old Xuan master and Li Tianxuan, they were sitting in front of the Xuanhuan Tower, drinking some tea. Looking at the disciples celebrating down below, they were filled with emotion. After recruiting a large batch of disciples, any sect would have trouble managing them. That was because each genius thought highly of themselves. That resulted in a competition between them once they joined the sect to see who was really the strongest. They all wanted that position. Practically, all sects would let them fight amongst themselves. That made it easier for them to see the potential and specialties of their disciples. Some sects would even encourage this fighting. However, in a fight against tigers, there would have to be injuries. If there were too many, things would grow out of control. If this many geniuses joined any other sect, they would definitely fight day and night. However, they were all obedient upon joining the Xuanhuan Dao sect. They were even humble and amicable. That wasn't because their characters were simply like that, but because the Xuanhuan Dao sect had a monster like Long Chen. Any genius would lose their qualifications to be arrogant in front of Long Chen, so seeing Long Chen personally welcoming them, taking the initiative to drink with them without the slightest arrogance or airs, they would be idiots if they dared to be arrogant. If even such a figure wasn't arrogant, then they couldn't be. So even though this many geniuses had joined at once, the Xuanhuan Dao sect wasn't thrown into chaos at all. Everything was being done peacefully. "Come and sit, you must be tired, have some tea." Li Tianxuan indicated for Long Chen to sit, grabbing the teapot. However, Long Chen was one step faster, taking the teapot and filling the old Xuan master and Li Tianxuan's cups first before pouring his own. The tea was emerald green and a bit thick, but it had no fragrance. It was a top-grade tea, with all its flavor concentrated within. Long Chen drank a mouthful, but he didn't know anything about tea, so he didn't feel anything in particular. "I feel like an unlucky star. Wherever I go, things get thrown into chaos." It was the same in the Eastern Wastelands branch sect. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Back then, the Eastern Wastelands branch sect had also been destroyed because of him. He had spent a huge sum to rebuild it. Now that he had come to the Central Plains, it was just a few years before he caused even the main sect to be destroyed. This bad luck seemed to strike everyone around him. You can't put it that way. Until the end, no one can tell whether something is good or bad. All you see is part of the process, not necessarily the result, comforted Li Tianxuan. He knew more about Long Chen's situation than anyone else. However, there were some things that he definitely couldn't tell Long Chen. However, every time he thought of the final ending of all heaven defiers, Li Tianxuan felt pain. There was nothing he could do about that. People cultivated to do as they pleased. They would rather be a firework exploding with light than a sad speck of dust. "Xuan Master, has Wilda awoken?" asked Long Chen suddenly. He was very curious why he didn't see Wilda anywhere. "Ah, that's right, come with me." Li Tianxuan led Long Chen and the old Xuan Master into the Xuanchen Tower. Wilda was sleeping inside a pool. This pool was originally composed of the all-devil monster's essence blood, but it had now been fully absorbed by Wilda. Wilda had grown even larger now. He had surpassed 6 meters in height and was even larger than Hu Xiaolin. His entire body was now covered in silver lines. They looked like thousands of silver serpents swimming across his body. Those lines seemed to be alive. What shocked Long Chen the most was that Wilda now had 2 horns on his head that were bent slightly like a bull's. Rather than pointing outward, they pointed upward. Wilda's mouth was bulging slightly, and 2 fangs were protruding out of it. Wilda no longer looked simple and pure like before. He looked like a giant monster. "What's going on?" Long Chen was shocked, almost unable to believe that this was Wilda. The old Xuan master said, "The barbarian race exists only in legend. They have many sub-races, but there aren't any detailed records of what those are. No one can say for sure what's going on with Wilda. However, Long Chen, you have to be careful. If you can't control Wilda, he will." The old Xuan master closed his mouth at that point. His meaning was clear. Perhaps once Wilda awoke, he would no longer be the old Wilda. "That won't happen. Wilda will always be Wilda. You'll know once he's awake." Long Chen shook his head confidently. Long Chen tried to touch Wilda, but just as his hand touched the silver lines, they seemed to grow angry and gather together, forcing his hand back. These lines seem to have their own life. "The curious thing is they refuse others to see what's going on," said Li Tianxuan. He had also tried to investigate what was happening with Wilda, but had been refused by the silver lines. "It's fine. Wilda's slowly awakening. It shouldn't be too long now." Long Chen smiled slightly. No matter what appearance Wilda took, he would always be his brother. This was something he was absolutely confident in. The old Xuan master and Li Tianxuan didn't say anything. They walked out of the Xuanchen Tower. Just at that moment, an elder ran over. Reporting to the patriarch and the Xuan master, someone sent a letter saying it's for Long Chen. "Oh, who was it?" asked Long Chen. "They already left. It was a young man. I couldn't see through his cultivation base," replied the elder. Long Chen was curious. Who would send him a letter without revealing their identity? He opened the letter, seeing a blueprint inside. "What is this?" Long Chen was dumbfounded by the mess of lines he saw. "It's a formation diagram," exclaimed Li Tianxuan. Long Chen knew nothing about formations, but Li Tianxuan was more erudite. He immediately identified it as a formation diagram. Oh, Chen, so it was him. Seeing a name written on it, Long Chen came to an understanding. It was no wonder this formation had come so suddenly. It seemed everything had been done by Chen. Long Chen had heard of him. After the battle of the Four Nations' ancient remnant, there was an expert who had gone to get revenge against the Grand Han. He had killed most members of the imperial family and even used a terrifying formation to escape. At that time, Chen's name had shaken the Grand Han. Xia Yuyang had said that Chen came from a branch of the Xia family and had some of the imperial family's bloodline. Long Chen thought of what had happened with the sudden barrier that had appeared during the dragon slaughtering convention. He recalled Peng Wansheng's surprised shouting. Peng Wansheng had died in the chaos. It seemed he had been killed by Liu Ruyan, but when Long Chen asked her about it, she ignored him. However, Peng Wansheng had revealed that the formation had been laid down by a formation expert Xuanhuan had invited. Now that he thought about it, that formation expert was most likely Chen. Chen truly was a genius. Last time, he had almost eliminated the Grand Han's imperial family, leaving behind only 2 life-star experts that had tried to kill him. Perhaps it was because of that loss that the 2 remaining experts had summoned back the outer members of the imperial family and started to act so crazy. Last time, Chen had given them a heavy blow. This time, Chen had used some unknown method to win Sha Guangyan's trust and establish such a huge formation that sucked away all the Grand Han's dragon vein energy. It was no wonder that the barrier had been able to block the attacks of divine items. It actually had such a high cost. That cost had been paid by the Grand Han. Now, Chen had sent someone with this formation diagram. He clearly wanted to help Long Chen. Xuan Master, how is this formation? Asked Long Chen. Li Tianxuan and the old Xuan Master were silent for a long time as they examined the formation diagram. In the end, they both shook their heads. Li Tianxuan sighed. This formation seems to be an ancient formation capable of both great offense and defense. The most powerful aspect of it is that its core can actually be a divine item. If that divine item was used to control the formation, its power would be unimaginable. However, the cost of it is also terrifying. With our current wealth and manpower, even if we were to bankrupt ourselves, we would only be able to construct 1/100th of this formation. That's a ridiculous cost, exclaimed Long Chen. Just at this moment, an elder came with another report. Xuan Master, Pill Valley has sent an envoy that wishes to see you. Nice, someone's come to give us money. Xuan Master, leave this to me. Long Chen's eyes brightened and he smiled mischievously. Chapter 1581 Shen Bijan. Translator, born to be. In the central Xuan region, there was a holy land with soaring mountains and ancient forest of towering trees. Mist shrouded the land, making it look like a fantasy world. Atop one of those soaring mountains was a grand and beautiful palace. It could vaguely be seen within the mist and cloud. The rising and falling mountains looked like they were moving rhythmically. It enthralled the heart, looking like it contained the silent transformations of the mysterious grand Tao of music. This place was the Martial Heaven continent's famous elusive music immortal palace. The reason why it was so famous was because, in times when the continent had been facing a great crisis, powerful experts had come from the elusive music immortal palace, allowing humanity to survive. It was one of the protectors of the Martial Heaven continent. Another reason for its fame was because all the elusive music immortal palace's members were women. Countless experts yearned to win one of their hearts. If anyone could marry one of their disciples, it would be the blessing of their lifetime. The elusive music immortal palace's disciples used music to peer into the heavens. Their songs were the music of the heavenly Taos, and it was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Regretfully, the elusive music immortal palace's core disciples never married. Only outer disciples with lower aptitude would sometimes choose to abandon their music Tao cultivation when they found a man they fancied. Within the main palace, there were hundreds of women sitting at the front. These women looked to be around 30 years old. However, in reality, they were the elusive music immortal palace's elders. Their age was shockingly high. On the throne of the palace was a beautiful woman looking at Yan with a complicated expression. Yan's head was lowered. Beside her was another woman. She was tall and slender, and her hair was tied up in several high knots, making it look like a vertical cloud. She was also beautiful, but her face was a bit thin and her chin was a bit sharp. To Yan, she coldly said, "Our elusive music immortal palace is the protector of the continent, but you actually showed mercy to someone for personal reasons, resulting in countless experts dying. Junior apprentice sister Xian, how are you going to explain yourself to us, to the continent? This woman was Xian's senior apprentice sister. Her name was Shen Bijan. Within the entire elusive music immortal palace, she was the only one whose talent had reached the same level as Xian. In fact, because she had joined earlier, she was even stronger than Xian. The two of them were the elusive music immortal palace's peak geniuses. They were both Empyreans and apprentices of the current palace master. However, Xian was the one who had gained the privilege to control the seven-string C suppressing zither. That signified that Xian would be the successor of the palace master in the future. Shen Bijan didn't like that and was even a bit jealous. She normally didn't dare to say anything about it, but today, she finally had an opportunity to attack Xian verbally to the point that she couldn't fight back at all. Xian, tell me, why did you hold back? Asked the palace master. She had some pain in her eyes, but as the palace master she had to continue. Disciple is incompetent. Disciple is willing to relinquish the control of the seven-string C suppressing zither as punishment, said Xian with her head lowered. That shocked everyone. Giving up the seven-string C suppressing zither indicated that she was giving up her position as the future palace master. As for Shen Bijan, she was shocked but also pleased. Nonsense, are you a child? Are you trying to escape from your responsibility? Demanded the palace master. A dripping sound rang out. Only now did people notice that Xian's tears were constantly dripping on the ground. Everyone else can leave. I wish to speak to Xian alone. Seeing those tears, the palace master's heart softened. Palace master, cried out Shen Bijan. Go. Yes. Shen Bijan was unwilling. She knew that the palace master was unwilling to criticize Xian in front of everyone. Most likely, the palace master wouldn't scold her at all. Shen Bijan had finally had a chance to strike Xian thanks to this matter, but the palace master was too biased toward her, enraging Shen Bijan. However, she didn't dare to retort, and she left with everyone else. The large room only had the palace master and Xian. The palace master sighed and walked over to Xian. Master, Xian threw herself into her master's embrace and cried. Child, what am I going to do with you? Before going, I have told you that Long Chen was your devil's star. Each time you encountered him, you gave up your chance to kill him. You didn't kill him in the eastern wasteland. You didn't kill him in the Grand Zia. You didn't kill him in the eastern Xuan city. Now, you even had another chance to kill him in a justifiable manner. If you had unleashed the 10,000 spirit heaven suppressing song, then with the 7-string C suppressing zither's assistance, you would have had at least an 80% chance of killing him. Even though that divine ring of his is strange, you would still have heavily injured him. With the other experts present, Long Chen would have definitely died. Now that you've missed this chance, the difficulty in killing him will multiply next time. If you don't kill him next time, then you will definitely die to him. Why must you do this? The palace master gently rubbed Xian's hair. She sighed. You held back, was it because you were testing how Long Chen felt toward you? Xian sobbed. If he killed me, it would prove that I wasn't in his heart. I would be dead and I wouldn't have to feel any pain. If he didn't kill me, it would mean I was in his heart and I still had a chance to save him. However, he actually said such heartless words. Xian couldn't speak any longer as her tears overwhelmed her. Foolish girl, there's no chance for the two of you. He is your fated devil star. In the end, only one of you can live in this world. You have to face this destiny, urged the palace master. Master, I really can't. Although I don't approve of Long Chen's methods, I don't approve of how those people acted either. If both sides were wrong, why must I only kill Long Chen? Is it only because they have more people? Because they were wrong as a majority, they don't need to bear any guilt. As the protector of the Martial Heaven continent, are we protecting the Martial Heaven continent's people, or the Martial Heaven continent's justice? Demanded Xian. Child, we are not protectors of the Martial Heaven continent's people, nor are we protectors of the Martial Heaven continent's justice. We are protectors of the heavenly Taos. You don't understand many things, but you will understand them in the future. This is the mission of our elusive music immortal palace. Xian shook her head. Master, please don't make things hard on yourself. I want to rest for a while and sort out my thoughts. All right, you truly do need some time to rest. The palace master gave her approval. Once Xian left, she sighed deeply. Master. Not long after Xian had left, Shen Bijan walked in. Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Asked the palace master. Disciple would not dare, said Shen Bijan hastily. Would not dare? Haha, all right then. I really am a bit biased towards Xian. To tell the truth, I was never very fond of you, said the palace master. Shen Bijan's expression changed. I don't understand what you mean. Don't worry, I'm just speaking frankly. Do you know why I don't like you? Asked the palace master. Is it that disciple is too foolish? You're wrong. Your talent, your comprehension ability, your karmic luck, they're all superior to Ziyan. Are you curious why, despite being so great, I still chose Ziyan as my successor? The palace master stared at Shen Bijan deeply. It's because your heart has always contained a trace of wild ambition that cannot be erased. Your desires are too great. You don't need to explain yourself. The elusive music immortal palace cultivates the heart, using music to peer into the heavens. Not only is your heart clear to me, but it was also shown clearly to all the elders in the palace today. To tell the truth, if it weren't for that wild ambition, your current accomplishments would be even greater, and I would have long since given the successor position to you. Then what should I do? Please guide me. Shen Bijan suddenly knelt on the ground pleadingly. There's nothing anyone can do. This is your primal desire hidden in the deepest part of your heart. But since you're so attached to the palace master position, I can give you one chance. If you can kill Long Chen, then once your cultivation base reaches the appropriate level, I will give you the palace master position. As long as you lend me the 7-string C suppressing zither, I can definitely give you Long Chen's head, declared Shen Bijan. Don't get too excited yet. I'm not done speaking. If you kill Long Chen, then you can become the palace master. However, the elusive music immortal palace's major decisions are decided by a vote amongst all the elders. This is to prevent the palace master from being tyrannical and possibly destroying the elusive music immortal palace, warned the palace master. That's fine. I just wish to work for the elusive music immortal palace and save my junior apprentice sister Ziyan from her worries, said Shen Bijan gratefully. Yes, all right, you can go. You'll have to wait for an opportunity to present itself to kill Long Chen. Jianying is being tough right now, and while we don't fear her, there's no need for us to go directly against her. During this time, I will teach you how to control the 7-string C suppressing zither. It'll be up to you in the end. Yes. Shen Bijan had just left when a voice rang out in the palace master's head. You are doing something very dangerous. For Ziyan, I'm willing to do anything. That child is perfect, except she's just too kind. Please, when Shen Bijan makes her move, assist her with your full ability. I would rather give the palace master position to Shen Bijan than allow Ziyan to die to Long Chen, said the palace master. The one she was speaking to was the elusive music immortal palace's divine item, the 7-string C suppressing zither. All right, however, prepare yourself. Long Chen isn't so easy to kill, said the 7-string C suppressing zither. The palace master nodded. She looked out the gates toward the distant mountains, her heart uneasy. Could it be that Long Chen was not just Ziyan's devil star, but also the elusive music immortal palace's devil star? Or perhaps the entire world's devil star? Chapter 1582 Negotiator. Translator born to be. Long Chen calmly sat in front of the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's main building, and a dozen experts wearing Pill Valley's robes were walking over from in front. They swaggered as if they were law officials investigating a criminal. These experts were all Life Star experts. However, Life Star experts weren't much in front of Long Chen anymore. Behind Long Chen was Gu Ran, Gu Yang, and the others. They indifferently stared at these people. They had come to watch the fun. Originally, Long Chen had invited Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er to come, but the three of them hadn't wanted to. Conveniently, they took a vacation, deciding to go together to the Skywood Divine Palace. Chu Yao needed to go see her master and report what happened, and she also had to give her the divine life elixir to restore her youth. Long Chen thought about it and figured that the three of them should be safe. The entire eastern Chuan region was weakened due to what had happened, and most importantly, Chu Yao had a terrifying protector in the form of Liu Ruyan. Even Life Star experts with divine items wouldn't be able to stop them. Long Chen felt very guilty toward them. As long as their safety was guaranteed, he would never stop them from doing what they wanted. If he didn't have so many things to do here, he would also want to go over and thank the Skywood Divine Palace for nurturing Chu Yao. Since Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er hadn't wanted to come, Gu Ran ended up being interested. Without them present, it meant that the others could act completely unrestrained, using any vulgar or profane language that they wanted to. Long Chen, hello. Began the leader of this group of Pill Valley experts. A hypocrite, sneered Long Chen, finishing his introduction. That expert's face twitched, but he swallowed his anger. The higher-ups had already told him that he was only to negotiate with Long Chen. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's method of greeting its guests is really unique, praised the leader. It seemed he was an expert at negotiating, and he smiled lightly instead of getting angry. First of all, you aren't our guest. What guest would be so stupid as to run to the host's house and destroy it, then come back with a smile and act like nothing had happened? And you say you aren't a hypocrite? Asked Long Chen. He leaned back in his chair and put his feet up on the table. It seems your Xuanhuan Dao sect has no intention of reconciling, asked the leader coldly. Reconciling? Are you an idiot? Do you think words can make up for Pill Valley killing so many people of my Xuanhuan Dao sect? Sneered Long Chen. Don't act like you're the magnanimous person wanting to reconcile. Or are you telling me that you don't even know what your side has done? The images of Pill Valley attacking the Xuanhuan Dao sect have filled the streets. Everyone on the martial heaven continent knows of it. With such irrefutable evidence, you're not able to control the public opinion any longer. That's the only reason you've come today. Since you've come, you've admitted to your mistakes. So hurry up and get to the point. How much money are you going to compensate us with? With Zheng Wenlong's help, there was a copy of that photographic Jade in practically everyone's hands. Even in a random ditch beside a street, it was possible to pick up a copy. This news had shaken the entire martial heaven continent. At the same time, Jianing had come out and pointed her sword at Pill Valley. The righteous path was no longer under Pill Valley's control, and the sects that were dissatisfied with Pill Valley all began to loudly criticize them. They claimed to be neutral, but had secretly colluded with so many different powers, even using divine items to attack an ancient sect of the righteous path. That was a grave sin. Although Pill Valley had sent out news that they had killed the main conspirators, including the Flame Divine Palace's master and vice palace masters, the damage was already done. That might have shut some people's mouths, but things weren't over. In the end, the real victim was the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's attitude was what mattered. If Pill Valley was unable to settle this matter, then Pill Valley could give up their thoughts of continuing to do business with the righteous path. The current Hegemon sect was already focusing on their alchemy business. They were providing a huge amount of medicinal pills each year. Recently, the Hegemon sect's medicinal pills had grown especially abundant. There were as many available as people wanted. Their sales might even be greater than Pill Valley in that regard. In truth, that was because those medicinal pills had been the pills Long Chen had snatched from Pill Valley and given to the Hegemon sect. The Hegemon sect wouldn't need to worry about running out of medicinal pills for at least a few years. This was a fatal blow to Pill Valley. They had to placate the Xuanhuan Dao sect in order to placate the righteous path. Pill Valley might not be afraid of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but they couldn't be as indifferent when it came to the Hegemon sect. The Hegemon sect's business domain was now reaching into their bowl. If this continued, even their bowl would be snatched. Long Chen knew all of this, which was why he didn't waste time with pleasantries. All he wanted to know was how much they were offering. Pill Valley sympathizes with the unfortunate event that occurred to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. For such degenerates to appear within Pill Valley makes us very ashamed. Don't play this game with me. Just tell me how much money you have for compensation. Long Chen waved his hand. Such childish and meaningless words were irritating. The elder's expression grew unnatural. Long Chen was even more difficult to deal with than he had expected. Long Chen didn't give the elder any chance to test his bottom line. Negotiation required testing the other side's minimum, and then haggling based on both sides' limits. However, Long Chen simply repeatedly asked how much money he was offering. There was no way for him to reply to that. Starting too low would be offensive, while starting too high was not beneficial to the haggling. "Can I know if you have any suggestions?" asked the elder. He didn't want to start things off by saying his bottom line. "Me, it's simple. For the damage done to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, including its buildings, mountains, treasures, etc., pay us back 100 times the cost," said Long Chen indifferently. "100 times? That's impossible," roared the elder. "Is 100 times a lot? What a joke. This is already a nice offer. Who asked you to be so despicable as to sneak attack the Xuanhuan Dao sect?" demanded Long Chen. "I've already said it was done by some traitors. We've already." "Then were those people not from your Pill Valley?" "Well, exactly. Killing them was just cleaning up your sect. It was your own internal matter. However, their actions represent Pill Valley, and Pill Valley has to pay back the debts. That's simply a principle," said Long Chen disdainfully. 100 times is too much. At most I can offer 10 times. 100 times. 15 times. 100 times. Damn it, 20 times should be enough, right? Raged the elder. 100 times. You aren't negotiating at all. You have to lower your price, roared the elder. He had never encountered such a person in his life. I just like the number 100. I'm no good at negotiating, but I do like hacking people with my saber. In any case, 100 times is 100 times, said Long Chen. Then what about when you destroyed the eastern Xuanhuan region's pill tower? How are you planning on compensating for that damage? Raged the elder. That's simply karma. It was your side that planted the seeds for that. If you want to go find someone to blame, find those old ghosts that you killed. Perhaps those old ghosts which should have died are still alive. Long Chen smiled sinisterly. Although Pill Valley had publicly shown the images of those experts dying, including the Flame Divine Palace's master, Long Chen knew that he hadn't really died. That person was definitely just a scapegoat. The elder raged. What are you talking about? Even the Valley Master was enraged by what happened and gave all those traitors the death penalty. Ha ha ha, I won't argue with you over this. In any case, it's still 100 times. If you don't like it, then scram. Long Chen flapped his hand at them. 50 times is the most I can give you. It can't go any higher. The elder clenched his teeth. All right, have a safe trip. Long Chen directly stood and turned to leave. Hey, don't go, we're still talking. The elder became dumbfounded. Li Tianxuan had left everything about the Xuanhuan Dao sect to Long Chen. If Long Chen left, these negotiations would fall apart. I don't like haggling. 100 times, take it or leave it, said Long Chen. Let me discuss this with everyone. The elder hesitated and clenched his teeth, bringing his people into a corner. They argued for a long time over this compensation. It seemed the high price had caused conflict amongst them. However, in the end, they calmed down and ran back. 100 times is truly too high, but through our efforts. Stop wasting words. Do you accept or not? If you do, then we can start discussing the details, interrupted Long Chen. All right, I've recorded everything here with a photographic jade, and neither side can back out. Otherwise, if the photographic jades were spread, they would end up becoming a despicable petty person, laughed the elder. Now he looked to be a wily old fox. Clearly, 100 times had not surpassed his limit. In fact, it seemed it was much lower than he had expected. All his fury had been an act. You old bastard, raged Xuanhuan. They had actually been schemed against. Long Chen held Xuanhuan back and indifferently said, I've also activated a photographic jade. Don't worry, both our words have to count. Here, these are the details of the damage to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. It includes our 108 main mountains, over 9,000 buildings, 30,000 pieces of equipment. Long Chen rattled off a list, while the elder recorded everything. In the end, the elder said, according to that, the damages cost around 350,000 spirit crystals. 100 times that would be 35 million spirit crystals. I will send them over within 3 days. Spirit stones were the normal currency in the cultivation world. They went from low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. As for spirit crystals, they were even above top grade spirit stones. 35 million of them was an absolutely terrifying sum. However, to Pill Valley, it wasn't much. The elder smiled with satisfaction. All right, excellent. Then the calculations for the damage are complete. Now let's calculate the price for the lives of the disciples and commoners from the Xuanhuan Dao sect that you killed. Long Chen also had a smile. However, his smile looked even more sinister. The elder's face immediately turned green. Chapter 1583 Boss, you really are evil. Translator born to be. What is that supposed to mean? Demanded the elder coldly. Are you acting stupid in front of me? You killed over 80 million commoners of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Did you forget? Asked Long Chen. Lowly commoners are nothing more than ants. Are they worth compensating for? According to that, wouldn't each blade of grass and each insect of your Xuanhuan Dao sect require compensation? Demanded the elder. Long Chen slapped the elder in the face, sending him flying outside. The other experts in his group hastily flew over to help him up, only to see that he had fainted from the slap. He only slowly woke thanks to their efforts. Lowly commoners are ants. Do you think you're a god? In front of me you are just an ant. I can crush you with a single finger, thus can I also kill you whenever I want, demanded Long Chen. Pointing at the desolate wasteland around them, he said, there were 80 million commoners here. Some of them were disciples who came from the eastern wasteland, southern sea, western desert, and northern source and failed the trial. However, they didn't want to leave, so they stayed behind. They knew there was no hope for them, but they hoped that their descendants could make their dreams a reality. Their hopes and dreams were stripped away by you along with their lives. Do you really feel no guilt? Long Chen, stop trying to act so grand. How many people do you think you've killed? If everyone came to find you for revenge and compensation, then even 10,000 of your lives wouldn't be enough, sneered the elder. He could tell that Long Chen had no intention of reconciling. Ever since ancient times, in the battles against sects, the casualties of the commoners were never taken into consideration. Long Chen was intentionally trying to find trouble with Pill Valley. I don't even know how many heavenly geniuses I've killed, but I can guarantee this. I've never killed anyone innocent. From a small empire in the eastern wasteland, my path has been one of my enemy's bones. However, my conscience is clear. I have nothing to feel guilty about. But what about you? Pill Valley used despicable means to secretly destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect. If you really had guts, you would have come openly, but instead you brought a bunch of dogs to do your dirty work and blamed me. Then you had a bunch of brainless idiots follow the dogs to bite me. Killing those people doesn't affect my conscience at all. Are you even fit to be compared to me? Either pay up or scram. The Xuanhuan Dao sect doesn't need your money. If it weren't for getting justice for the commoners you killed, I wouldn't even be willing to see you. Your Pill Valley can pay for this justice, or you cannot pay for it. In either case, I don't care, said Long Chen. Pill Valley's experts clenched their teeth. The elder took a deep breath and said, "What do you want? Since those traitors came from Pill Valley won't shirk responsibility." Long Chen was a bit surprised. Why had his tone changed so suddenly? However, he quickly noticed a bracelet on the elder's arm sparkling. Most likely, someone had sent him a message. His guess was that Pill Valley's higher-ups were using the bracelet to see what was happening here and to communicate with the elder. With the elder's bargaining style, he definitely wouldn't say such binding words. This was just an act, a high attitude for others to see. It was to show the world how magnanimous Pill Valley was. Only like this could they win back Pill Valley's lost prestige. Long Chen would bet money that the one who had sent this order down was Xuanhuan. How refreshing. Then I won't try to cheat you. We'll calculate them according to the normal standards for the life of cultivators. I won't even count them as life-star experts. For an ordinary soul transformation expert, the cost is at least 100 top-grade spirit stones. At 100 times, it would be 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 10,000 top-grade spirit stone is 1 spirit crystal, so for over 80 million commoners, it's 80 million spirit crystals. I'll even get rid of the remainder for you, said Long Chen. What absolute nonsense. Those commoners were basically all at the Xuanhuan realm and below. Some of them hadn't even reached bone forging. How can you value them the same as soul transformation experts? Raged the elder. Long Chen was clearly trying to cheat them. Those commoners hadn't been able to become true members of the sect precisely because their talent was lacking. Now, Long Chen wanted to value them as soul transformation experts. That was definitely bullying. Xuanhuan's goal this time was to keep the price within 35 million spirit crystals, with an absolute limit of 50 million. Otherwise, even Pill Valley would be hurt by the price. After all, it wasn't too long ago that Master Long San had caused chaos in Pill Valley, damaging them gravely. They had still yet to recover. That was why the elder had been delighted when Long Chen had agreed to a price of 35 million at first. That would have perfectly accomplished his mission. Now, though, he was enraged. 80 million commoners valued at 80 million spirit crystals. Then, when added to the previous 35 million, it was 115 million spirit crystals. That was far beyond the target that the Valley Master had asked of him. In fact, it was over double. What era do you think this is? The great era is about to descend. Heavenly geniuses are sprouting like bamboo after the spring rain. How do you know that they wouldn't break through? How do you know they wouldn't grow past the soul transformation realm, the life star realm, or even the nether passage realm? Not counting them as life star experts was already being too kind. You don't know how to appreciate kindness, said Long Chen. Kindness? Haha, what a joke, the elder laughed furiously. How many of those elders had already been about to reach the end of their longevity? How many of them were just waiting for death? Don't you think it's funny to say that they could still break through? Fine, then we can go according to what you just said. I admit the majority of those 80 million commoners were old. I'll exclude those 60 million people. That way, the remaining ones are all in their youth and could still break through, said Long Chen. To immediately remove 60 million was good for Pill Valley. That way, they would only have to compensate them with an additional 20 million, and adding the previous portion, it was 55 million. That was just barely acceptable. That's fair, said the elder. He didn't say anything explicitly about it. Long Chen easily saw through that, and he continued, all right, then let's continue calculating. Of those 20 million young disciples, there were men and women. How many children would they have given birth to in just 1 year? I'll say around 5 million. In 10 years, that would be 50 million. As for after 30 years, I won't bother you with that. So how many children would be born within 30 years? If I kept calculating each and every generation that was born, that would be a bit too much, so just 30 years is definitely fair. So, we're counting it as 20 million people whose descendants were cut off because of you. Just compensating 30 years is definitely not cheating you, said Long Chen lightly. Long Chen's indifferent words made Li Tianxuan and the old Xuanhuan master shake their heads. They were watching his negotiations from within the Xuanhuan tower. The old Xuanhuan master sighed. This little fellow Long Chen really is shameless. How could things be calculated like that? Li Tianxuan shook his head. Master, you don't know this, but Long Chen grew up in a poor environment. He feels close to those commoners, and he dislikes those arrogant, lofty existences. He acts according to his own viewpoint and doesn't care about some big picture. His actions are obstinate and self-opinionated, and yet those words also aren't too suitable for him because his actions are always for justice, not selfishness. The old Xuanhuan master nodded. Long Chen's style of doing things was related to his experiences. The two of them simply continued watching. Pill Valley's elder was so infuriated that he was about to explode. In all his years, he had encountered many tough negotiators, but he had never encountered someone as unreasonable as Long Chen. This was clearly fallacious reasoning. It was as ridiculous as a chicken birthing an egg which birthed a chicken which birthed an egg which birthed a chicken. If this wasn't extortion, then what was? The elder didn't say anything to Long Chen. Long Chen's attitude was clear. He was a completely unreasonable person, and nothing the elder said would be useful against him. After half an incense stick's worth of silence, he finally said, since this was done by Pill Valley's traders, Pill Valley will pay the debt. We will pay for the commoners according to how you specified. Within the Xuanhuan tower, the old Xuanhuan master was startled. They really had accepted. However, Li Tianxuan wasn't surprised. Pill Valley had no choice but to suffer this time. After all, the entire continent was watching them. Even if they were cheated, they had to endure it. At the very least, enduring meant that they could maintain Pill Valley's dignity and reputation. This was a pain that they had to go through. Otherwise, it would be even worse when their reputation hit rock bottom. All right, then once this compensation arrives, this matter between Pill Valley and the Xuanhuan Dao sect will be over, said Long Chen. Pill Valley will send you the money within 3 days. After saying that, the elder left with his people without ever looking back. Once they left, Xuanhuan asked, Boss, is our conflict with Pill Valley resolved now? Resolved my ass. Remember, lives cannot be bought with money. The only reason why I bothered speaking with them was to first get some interest on their debt to us. We'll hack them down later. Didn't I say that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's matter ends here? However, that doesn't represent that my personal enmity ends here. We'll still kill who we should kill in the future, understood? Asked Long Chen. Boss, you really are evil, praised Xuanhuan. Chapter 1584, Once More Encountering Troubles. Translator, born to be. Long Chen shook his head. This isn't evil. Pill Valley is also thinking like this. They only lowered their heads this time to win their reputation back, and I refuse to believe that they don't understand what I said. They're already scheming on how to bring us down. Our enmity with Pill Valley has been completely set in stone. If Pill Valley has a chance, they won't hesitate to destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect. And if I have a chance, I definitely won't let them off easy. Don't get taken in by appearances. The Xuanhuan Dao sect looks like it's rising, but in terms of foundation, it cannot compare to Pill Valley. It might look like we got a large sum from Pill Valley, but to their sales of medicinal pills over tens of thousands of years, it's nothing. Medicinal pills are the most profitable business. They've held monopolies for so many years. No one knows how much wealth they've accumulated. Of course, Pill Valley won't just let that money rot away. They definitely have the ability to transform that wealth into terrifying power. The most powerful existence in this world is money. Why is it that Pill Valley can act so tyrannical to everyone except the Xuanhuan sect? Because the Xuanhuan sect has money. The Xuanhuan Dao sect doesn't have a matching wealth for its sudden rise. There are many newcomers that the sect has to raise now, and that's all money. Furthermore, the sect must be rebuilt. With the great era coming, it must be rebuilt as fast as possible. That all requires an ocean's worth of resources, so don't get confused by our victory now. As soon as someone loses their sense of crisis, the real crisis comes. Everyone's hearts shook. After the battle in the Grand Han, Long Chen's name had shaken the very heavens, and the Dragonblood Legion's name had rocked the world. They truly had felt very satisfied with that unrivaled state. Only now did they realize that it was too early to be happy. Things were far from as simple as they seemed. Everyone go into seclusion. Xuanhuan, you stay behind. Once everyone had left, Xuanhuan laughed mischievously. Boss, are you giving this little brother some special treatment? This little fellow was craftier than a monkey. Long Chen was speechless, as Xuanhuan had guessed right. Yes, this time, I gained some new heavenly Dao fruits. However, it's a bit different from what I imagined. Long Chen brought Xuanhuan somewhere private and took out a heavenly Dao fruit. This heavenly Dao fruit was different from before. Before, a heavenly Dao fruit had 1 to 9 marks depending on the rank of the celestial. However, this one had no marks. It was translucent, and the inside was a mass of primal chaos. This time, he had gained 16 of these heavenly Dao fruits. Amongst them included Hu Xiaolan and Jin Mingwei's, whose manifestations had reached a state of initial awakening. However, Long Chen found that all of them were the same. The energy fluctuations were also identical. There was no way to ascertain which ones came from Hu Xiaolan or Jin Mingwei. Long Chen guessed that the heavenly Dao tree only absorbed their heavenly Dao energy, but not their manifestation. Their actual manifestation returned to the heavens. Eat one as a test. Long Chen handed a heavenly Dao fruit over. Boss, you really treat me well. Xuanhuan was grateful. He knew that in the Dragonblood Legion, he was the only one to obtain this heavenly Dao fruit. Yup, eat it. Xuanhuan devoured it in 3 gulps. As the heavenly Dao fruit entered his stomach, Xuanhuan's expression changed. He suddenly found that his heavenly Dao energy was evaporating out of his control. It was actually dissipating. Boss, cried Xuanhuan. Long Chen's expression was also serious. As expected, the heavenly Dao energy of Empyreans was marked by the heavenly Daos. Unless someone was approved by the heavenly Daos, there was no way to absorb it. Not only could Xuanhuan not absorb it, but his rank 9 celestial status was also being stripped away. It was like someone was caught cheating during a test. Not only were their cheating tools taken away, but even their current accomplishments were eliminated. Summon your armor and see if you can lock it in, said Long Chen. Xuanhuan hastily summoned his armor, covering his entire body. Countless runes lit up. Boss, it's no good, cried Xuanhuan. He was unable to lock in his dissipating energy. Like using a bamboo basket to hold water, there was no way to make it work by just trying harder. Long Chen placed a hand on his back. Don't move. Let me see if I can help you control it. Long Chen sent his spiritual yuan throughout Xuanhuan's body, forming a barrier to lock the energy in. However, no matter how he tried to stop it, he was unable to stop the heavenly Dao energy from escaping. A person had too many acupuncture points. If Long Chen used his full power, he could forcibly suppress that energy. He felt like there was an 80% chance of success in suppressing it. However, that would cause Xuanhuan's body to explode instantly. Even Gu Yang would be unable to bear that impact. Long Chen pulled back his hand, and Xuanhuan felt like he was a deflating balloon. All his heavenly Dao energy escaped. Boss, what happened? Asked Xuanhuan. It's fine. It's just that your heavenly Dao energy disappeared and you're no longer a celestial, said Long Chen. How is that fine? Xuanhuan jumped. If he didn't have heavenly Dao energy, he would basically be crippled. Don't worry, the reason I chose you to test is because you have your armor. I wanted to see if that could lock it in. Since it can't, it means this wouldn't work for anyone else either. This experiment is a failure, said Long Chen helplessly. What the fuck, so you were just using me as a guinea pig? Why was I so grateful? Xuanhuan had a desire to cry tearless tears. Don't worry, someone had to test it. Since directly consuming it is no good, I'll come up with some medicinal formulas to refine the heavenly Dao fruit into heavenly Dao pills. Go and distribute these rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits. The entire Dragonblood Legion will be full of rank 9 celestials. Long Chen handed a spatial ring to Xuanhuan. The spatial ring was packed with just enough rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits to transform each rank 7 and rank 8 celestial in the Dragonblood Legion into a rank 9 celestial. Their gains during the last battle were truly great. The Dragonblood Legion's power was about to rise once more. The only thing that depressed Long Chen was that the experiment had failed, resulting in him wasting a possible Empyrean appearing in the Dragonblood Legion. However, fortunately he had used Xuanhuan as an experiment first. Otherwise, if he had distributed them at the start, they would all be wasted. Long Chen first ran over to Li Tianxuan to see the situation with the formation. The cost of the formation Xia Chen had sent was absolutely terrifying. If Pill Valley pays in full, then adding on our current wealth, we can finish about 80% of the formation. As for the remaining 20%, we can think of something in the future. In any case, building such a huge formation will require a long time, said Li Tianxuan. How long would it take to reconstruct the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Asked Long Chen. About 100 years, said Li Tianxuan. 100 years, that's way too long. Long Chen almost jumped. 100 years is already very fast. You should know that when the Xuanhuan Dao sect was first built, it took 800 years. By the time the formations and buildings were fully built, it had been 1,000 years. If you want to complete it faster, it'll take even more manpower and resources. We don't have the money, said Li Tianxuan. It was just as Long Chen said. The Xuanhuan Dao sect didn't have enough money as a foundation. The main reason was due to the long period of decline. Even though they had revived, their pockets were still empty, and it took a long time to accumulate wealth. Wealth was even more important to a sect's foundation than geniuses. Even so, it's too long, we can't wait that long. Long Chen shook his head. I understand. With the great era coming, heavenly geniuses are sprouting up, and countless hibernating sects are awakening. This is an era where countless flowers bloom and strive to outshine the others. However, it's also the most dangerous era. The slightest carelessness will cause one to be washed out of the era. Unfortunately, we can only do it this way. Just because you want to build it faster doesn't mean that we can, said Li Tianxuan helplessly. I understand why we can't, and you understand why we must. But it's still no good. This formation relates to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's life and death. It has to be constructed in as short of a time as possible, said Long Chen decisively. Although he had the support of the Wine God Palace and the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and even Jianying had warned others that she would protect Long Chen, he could not entrust the lives of his brothers and himself in the hands of others. That wouldn't give any sense of safety. The formation that Xia Chen had sent over had been studied by Li Tianxuan. It was a formation that had vanished from the earth, and it was extremely powerful. If they could construct this formation, then the Xuanhuan Dao sect would have established a confident foothold even within the Great Era. That was why this formation was a must for Long Chen. It had to be built as fast as possible. 100 years was too long. Who knew what would happen in 100 years? What if someone attacked in the middle of the construction and ruined everything? Then how long do you want? Asked Li Tianxuan. 1 to 2 years, said Long Chen. Li Tianxuan and the old Xuan master sucked in a cold gasp of air. Li Tianxuan said, ignoring whether or not that's physically possible, even if it is, the cost of building it that quickly will be 10 times greater than the original estimation, said Li Tianxuan. Constructing the Xuanhuan Dao sect wasn't just building houses. The formation had many runes that needed to be nourished for a long time. To have them mature in a short time would require more resources, more wealth. The cost was staggering. That's fine, Xuan Master, you can get started with planning and building the foundation. I'll think of something for the rest. Long Chen left the Xuanhuan Tower under the shocked gazes of Li Tianxuan and the old Xuan Master. He told the Dragonblood warriors to focus on their cultivation, and he left the Xuanhuan Dao sect alone, going directly to the heaven-splitting battle sect. He didn't dare to tarry. With the old man's temper, who knew whether or not he would directly charge the Nether Passage realm in his fury, without fully preparing, his odds of failure were too high. Chapter 1585, Explosive Temper. Translator Born to Be. Aya who kicked me in the butt. Fuck off who grabbed my pants. Bang bang bang. Aya my eyes. When Long Chen arrived at the heaven-splitting battle sect, a group of dozens of disciples were brawling at the gate. All of their faces were bruised, and as their fists met flesh, they seemed to get quite a kick out of it. No matter how many people were present, the heaven-splitting battle sect was always like this. They were very lively. Wait a sec, big brother Long Chen has come Aya. A disciple suddenly saw Long Chen and cried out, only to have another disciple knock him down. Do you think we're idiots? You've tried that move 300 times now, sneered the puncher, continuing to fight. The disciples didn't get distracted and continued fighting like it was a joy, leaving Long Chen speechless. Hey, can you help me out and get out the way so I can go? Asked Long Chen, but no one acknowledged him. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and a powerful surge of power blew away the disciples. They tumbled back like calabashes. Big brother Long Chen really came. The disciples crawled up wretchedly, looking at Long Chen with surprise. Big brother Long Chen, come teach us how to get stronger. One of those disciples ran over worshipfully. You're already very strong. Can you wipe off your snot first? Long Chen couldn't bear to talk to a disciple whose face was covered in blood, sweat, snot, and tears. Big brother Long Chen, we all saw how heroic you were in the Grand Han. Can you teach us how to do the same? We want to get stronger too, cried a disciple. He was already a sea expansion expert, which was already quite talented for his age. His eyes blazed with passion as he stared at Long Chen. No problem. I'll think of some special medicinal pills that should change your constitutions. Seeing these disciples looking at him like a god, Long Chen could only come up with a vague reply. Those disciples went wild with joy, as if a single word from Long Chen would be able to transform them into peerless experts. That couldn't be blamed on them. The legend of the Dragonblood Legion had shaken the continent. None of them had been that talented, but by following Long Chen, their cultivation bases had advanced by leaps and bounds. They weren't one bit inferior to the core disciples that other sects had raised with their full power. That was thanks to Long Chen. Long Chen hastily ran up the mountain after saying a few words to them. Hearing that Long Chen had come, the bosses came out as well. I want to see the old man, said Long Chen. I don't think that's a good idea. I just came from his house. He said that he's attacking the Nether Passage realm today and to not disturb him, said Boss Bao. This quickly, Long Chen was startled, hastily saying, hurry up and interrupt him before he starts his attempt. I came precisely for this. Boss Bao was stunned, but seeing Long Chen's panic, he pulled Long Chen and the other bosses to the top of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain was the old man. The heaven-splitting blade was revolving around his head, enveloping him in divine light. He was currently sitting with his eyes closed. Senior, please permit Disciple to interrupt the old man's cultivation. Disciple has something very important to report. Long Chen knew that the heaven-splitting blade was currently protecting the old man. If Long Chen wanted to disturb him, he would need the heaven-splitting blade's approval. The heaven-splitting blade actually did retract its divine light. The old man slowly opened his eyes. Fuck, I just told you not to disturb me. You old brat, what are you doing here? The old man was irritated at being disturbed, but his fury calmed down when he saw Long Chen. Boss Bao and the others sighed with relief. After returning from the Grand Han, the old man's temper had grown more explosive. If Long Chen wasn't present now, they would definitely have to face a beating. Boss Bao, you guys go rest. I need to speak to the old man alone. Long Chen cast a glance at Boss Bao and the others. Inside, Boss Bao and the others gave him a thumbs up, feeling like Long Chen was handling this for them, so that they wouldn't have to face the old man's rage. The 7 of them left without hesitation. Long Chen turned to the old man. I suppose I made it in time. I came to give you something. Long Chen handed over a jade case. This was the jade case Jianing had given Long Chen to pass to the old man. The jade box contained some of her experiences when advancing to the Nether Passage realm. It was precisely what the old man needed. It could increase his chances of advancing. This was something Senior Jianing told me to give to you. As for its use, I'm sure you know. Long Chen didn't conceal the truth at all. Bastard, how can you be so gutless? You just randomly accept other people's things. The old man, whose fury had just dissipated, immediately reignited again. Long Chen took a deep breath. He snorted, old man, the reason I respect you isn't because of your cultivation base, but because I thought you were a man. But now I find that I was wrong. Brat, are you looking for a beating? Who are you calling unmanly? The old man became even angrier, and he gripped his wooden staff, ready to beat Long Chen. Just look, all I did was say a few words and you got so angry. If you don't even have that much magnanimity, how can you be called a man? Long Chen shrugged, not even looking at the wooden staff. The old man glared at him. I've been strong my whole life without depending on other people's charity. Little brat, have you turned traitor after accepting bribes from others? I happen to be a magnanimous person. Someone who can buy me has yet to be born, said Long Chen disdainfully. Are you cursing me for being narrow-minded? In the end, the old man's staff still fell toward Long Chen. A black light flashed as Long Chen blocked with Evil Moon. The staff was also a powerful divine item, and their collision caused the mountain to shake. Unable to win with words, so you angrily attack someone. Isn't that precisely what a petty little person would do? Shouted Long Chen. Brat, do you think I'm too old to handle you? The old man furiously struck Long Chen 3 times. The battle god's sacred cannon was also a cultivation technique that pursued great physical power, and the old man's power was so great that not even the bosses could endure his attacks. However, Long Chen repeatedly received his attacks with evil moon. He appeared extremely relaxed. When it came to simple brute power, Long Chen had never feared anyone. If you really have any ability, then we can both fight without the power of our cultivation bases or battle skills. We can fight like men, shouted Long Chen. Boss Bao and the others stared at him in shock. Just what was going on? Why would they suddenly start fighting? Little brat, even without the power of my cultivation base or any techniques, I can still put you down. Today, if I don't give you a proper lesson, you'll grow completely unbridled. The old man roared, and his black staff repeatedly struck, moving so fast that black images filled the air. If you don't use your cultivation base, I'll definitely defeat you today. Get ready to lose, old man. Long Chen fearlessly began a crazy competition with the old man, both sides relying on pure physical power. The two of them fought in the sky. Heaven and earth turned dark, startling all the heaven-splitting battle sex disciples. Heavens, big brother Long Chen has challenged the old man. Could it be that he wants the sect leader position? If he does beat the old man, then he'd be our new sect leader. He could lead us to slaughter our enemies every day. How amazing would that be? Big brother Long Chen, I'm cheering for you. Big brother Long Chen, work hard. Beat the old man and become our sect leader. You can do it, beat the old man. Countless cheers for Long Chen rose throughout the heaven-splitting battle sect. The heaven-splitting battle sect had never concealed their worship for the strong or their unreasonable nature. Just how mighty had Long Chen been during the battle in the Grand Han? He had dominated everyone in the same realm, killing his enemies until their corpses piled up like mountains. They also wished to be the same as the Dragon Blood Legion and fight alongside Long Chen, crushing their enemies. All of them had hot, warlike blood flowing in their veins. Boss Bao and the others stared at each other, not knowing what to say. It couldn't be that Long Chen really wanted the sect leader position, right? You bastards, just wait for me to put you in your place. You're rebelling, is that it? Raged the old man. His attacks became fiercer, but he found that Long Chen's fighting style was too strange. There was no pattern. Sometimes his attacks were heavy, sometimes he was as agile as an elf. Sometimes he fought in an imposing style, sometimes his technique would become bizarre and unique. There was no way for the old man to suppress him with power, and in terms of technique, he was unable to get any advantage. After 2 hours, the old man's tempest of attacks was unable to do anything to Long Chen. The distant disciples were cheering for Long Chen even louder now. The old man found that both infuriating and funny. He was extremely proud of Long Chen inside. He was happy with Long Chen's power, but he kept on a stern face. However, after 6 hours, his expression started changing. After fighting at such a high tempo, his energy was starting to flag, while Long Chen was still fighting as usual. The old man had plenty of spiritual yuan, but Long Chen had sealed it up with this challenge. Now that it was purely a competition of physical strength, he was at a disadvantage. Long Chen's physical body was monstrous. Boom! Suddenly, Long Chen was sent flying by one of the old man's attacks, smashing into the ground. Dust filled the air. Chapter 1586 settled. Translator born to be. What just happened? He lost. The disciples who had turned red in the face from cheering for Long Chen were all disappointed. You little brats, how old do you think Long Chen is? Did you think he could challenge the old man? He was just letting Long Chen show off his skills before. When he fights seriously, of course Long Chen isn't a match for him. Hurry up and scram. The ones shouting, you should know that the old man heard it all clearly. Prepare your last testaments and graves, shouted the seventh boss. Those disciples' expressions immediately changed. Long Chen was defeated, and the old man's fury was about to explode. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the seventh boss made it sound, they would definitely have to suffer a beating. The 7 bosses shooed the disciples away. Glancing at each other, they also vanished, leaving behind only the old man and Long Chen. The old man looked at Long Chen, who was wretchedly crawling up from the ground. He didn't know what he was feeling now. He knew Long Chen had intentionally let him get that last attack in to give him face. In that instant, he suddenly felt a great deal of self-blame. Even after living so many years, he had to be so competitive. In that regard, he was even worse than a child. Come here. The old man slowly flew to the mountain peak and called out to Long Chen. Long Chen patted off the dust and also flew over. He smiled at him. Old man, you're still so healthy at your age. I'll probably need to train for another 100 years. Scram, I haven't grown senile yet. If you won, then you won. Do you think I need you to let me win? Snorted the old man. Even someone as powerful as the old man had to admit that Long Chen's physical body was too monstrous. If they just fought with physical power, then he couldn't suppress Long Chen. After all, he was already old, while Long Chen was in his prime. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to accept it. Although the old man was irritated at losing, he was very proud as well. After all, Long Chen was also a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect. His glory was the heaven-splitting battle sect's glory. Child, I can understand what you're trying to say, but, said the old man. Old man, let's not talk about that for now. Let me ask you, in your generation of disciples, are you the only one left? Yes, the rest all died, either to heavenly tribulation or on the battlefield, said the old man with a flash of pain in his eyes. He was recalling his memories of his time as a disciple of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Were you unable to protect them because you weren't strong enough at that time? The old man was silent for a long time before simply sighing. There's nothing more painful than watching your comrades die in front of you while powerless to save them. In the spirit world, I lost 500 of my good brothers, and I'm profoundly aware of that pain and helplessness. Although I didn't give up any chance to get stronger, the heavens are simply merciless and are set on pulling away everyone I love. That's why I swore to one day topple these blind heavens. I feel like I didn't do enough, but you are even worse. Your own face, you betray Senior's good intentions. Don't be in a hurry to interrupt me. Let me finish. You consider Senior's kindness as a kind of charity, a kind of pity, or perhaps a kind of insult. However, do you remember when I first came to the heaven-splitting battle sect? I will always remember how Boss Bao greeted me with 2 punches. You said that because I didn't ask for help from the heaven-splitting battle sect. I didn't treat you as family. But what about now? Aren't you also doing the same to Senior? The old man's expression changed slightly. Huge waves rose in his heart. People were able to see others clearly, but it was difficult to see oneself clearly because there was no mirror. Now Long Chen had raised a mirror in front of him, allowing him to see himself. He was too obstinate, never reflecting on his actions. He was willful and had hurt someone without even knowing it. Long Chen nodded inside. Things were going well. It was time to strike while the iron was still hot. Old man, the era is changing. Many powerful existences are reviving, and heavenly geniuses are rising like spring bamboo. When the great era comes, the competition will grow even bloodier. For you, Senior is willing to take responsibility for everything that happened in the eastern Xuanhuan region. Even though she is a nether passage expert, being surrounded by enemies like that is still very dangerous. Why does she do that? Isn't it because of you? Do you not feel anything after she does so much for you? The old man looked into the distance, not saying anything. Long Chen suddenly realized just how strong the old man's feelings were toward Jianying. However, his pride did not allow him to submit to a woman. The old man felt that accepting the Jade case was equivalent to lowering his head to Jianying. Old man, what if there comes a day when Senior Jianying is besieged by enemies and falls in front of you? How would you feel? Asked Long Chen upon seeing the old man struggling. Who would dare? The old man immediately stood up, his hair standing on end like an angry lion. Don't say something so laughable. People still dare to target the people beside me no matter how many of them I have killed. I guarantee that sometime in the future, someone will target Senior Jianying. Struggling over your decision just because of your pride and face shows that you don't have Senior Jianying in your heart, said Long Chen. Bullshit? The old man furiously grabbed the Jade case in Long Chen's hand. HMPH, when have I ever been afraid? Isn't it just looking through this damn thing? Seeing him accept the Jade case, Long Chen sighed with relief inside. In truth, the old man truly did care for Jianying. It was just that he cared too much about his face. Both of them were too obstinate and didn't know how to properly communicate. As soon as they opened their mouths, it was like gunpowder went off. They always ended up saying tough words, words that could easily hurt the other. They might feel regret over that, but they refused to apologize. Long Chen knew that one reason the heaven-splitting battle sect could be so unreasonable in the eastern Xuan region, to the point that no one dared to touch them, wasn't just because of how powerful the old man was. Another part of it was because of Jianying's secret care. What are you smiling about? Do I need to beat you? The old man raised his staff upon seeing Long Chen's pleased smile. Long Chen knew the old man's character. Since he had accepted it, he wouldn't go back on it. Long Chen had already succeeded. Having achieved victory, he didn't hold back his smile. Old people shouldn't be so angry all the time. You should learn from me. A man should be tough to outsiders but magnanimous to their family. Who doesn't have some flaws? Forgiving others for their mistakes isn't a bad thing. You forgive others, they forgive you. Sometimes there's no such thing as fairness between two people or any need to talk about reasons. As a man, carrying a bit more, enduring a bit more, doesn't that only prove how magnanimous we are? Splitting hairs over minor things, is that how a man should behave? If a woman cries when she's wronged, then a man must smile and wave it off when he's wronged. This is another kind of cultivation, an even higher realm. Don't you think so? Asked Long Chen. The old man looked up and down Long Chen. He nodded. No wonder you have so many women and don't end up fighting with them. You really have some talent in this regard. The old man truly admired Long Chen. When he had met Jianing in his youth, the two of them had felt extremely strongly for the other, but their tempers had been too explosive. Whenever they were together, they would argue or fight. At first, the two of them were mostly evenly matched. When they fought, both sides would win or lose some. However, later, after Jianing broke through to the Nether Passage realm, their arguments grew worse. After all, Jianing had become a Nether Passage expert, and she wished to guide the old man. However, with her temper, she wasn't suitable for it. As for the old man, he had never been good at listening to instructions. Hence, their conflicts grew more intense. Jianing thought that the old man was jealous of her, while the old man thought that Jianing was looking down on him. In the end, both sides said many heartless words and they stopped seeing each other. They had finally encountered each other again in the Grand Han, and despite both feeling some remorse, they couldn't put words to that emotion. Instead, they immediately started arguing again, unable to communicate at all. That was why the old man admired Long Chen. He had always thought Long Chen was a monster for being able to have so many beautiful women who never argued with each other or with him. In the end, the heaven-splitting battle sect was packed with men. The women played the traditional role of a housewife in the background. Even if there were female disciples, they were all tomboy fighters. The male disciples all had similar tempers, and that wasn't something most women liked. As a result, Long Chen was like an exotic animal in that regard. Hee, do you need me to teach you a few tricks? Laughed Long Chen. All right, what are you talking about? Who would need tricks from a little brat like you? Let me just see what's so interesting about the Nether Passage realm. The old man was just about to agree when his face flushed. At his age, what was he supposed to learn from a child? How to pick up girls. Seeing the old man was about to drive him off to open the Jade case, Long Chen hastily cried, "Wait a moment. I didn't just come for this. I need you to teach me the final forms of Split the Heavens." "You want me to personally teach you? Don't worry, I'll properly train you." The old man's eyes suddenly brightened. Long Chen felt a chill. This old fellow wouldn't be thinking of getting revenge, would he? I originally wanted you to teach me, but now I see you're so busy. Having Boss Bao teach me would be the same, so I'll take my leave now. Long Chen stood to leave. However, he was caught by the old man. "Little brat, weren't you bragging so arrogantly just now? Today, I'll properly drill Split the Heavens into you until I'm satisfied." Chapter 1587, Sixth Form of Split the Heavens. Translator, born to be. Bend your front leg. Whack. More weight on your back leg. Whack. Lean forward more. Whack. Keep your abdomen tight. With each critique, the old man's staff whacked Long Chen somewhere, making the latter clench his teeth. The old man was definitely getting his revenge. The sixth form is different from the first 5 forms. Before, you only had to rely on your acupuncture points to unleash the power of Split the Heavens. However, the sixth form uses one's aura to draw out the energy of heaven and earth. So if you want to use the sixth form, you must have a powerful enough physical body to endure that energy. Remember, this movement must be done perfectly, or the energy flowing through your body will become stuck. If that happens, let alone unleashing your attack, you won't even be able to move, shouted the old man to the side as he fixed Long Chen's posture. All right, continue according to what I just taught you. Slowly circulate your aura. Remember, don't touch the 54 acupuncture points in your body. Long Chen complied. This wasn't difficult for him. The only difficult thing was this strange posture. When he had attacked before, it had always been natural. He had never been forced to follow through with a prescribed form. Space shook as energy began to surge toward Long Chen. The old man kept his face stern, but he was surprised. Long Chen really was a monster. His control over his spiritual yuan was perfect. He sighed inside. This level of skill could only have come from being forced to reach this level. Long Chen had forced himself to draw out all his potential. No one knew how much he had suffered to reach this level of skill. Originally, the old man had been in the mood to continue beating him. However, with Long Chen's current display, he felt too bad to do so. Not bad. Stabilize your aura and don't touch your spiritual yuan. Have your will enter the first acupuncture point and activate it. Remember, just activate one, said the old man. Long Chen followed the old man's instructions. His spiritual yuan was still calm, as using one's will to activate an acupuncture point was very difficult. Before this, he would connect all the corresponding acupuncture points at once. And now, not only did he need to do it one by one, but he also had to make sure not to touch his spiritual yuan. Activating Split the Heavens had almost become a reflex. As soon as he activated the first acupuncture point, his spiritual yuan wanted to rush forward. However, his control was still great enough that he only had to struggle for a moment to suppress that spiritual yuan. The instant he activated his first acupuncture point, Long Chen looked into the sky, surprised. There was nothing there, but he felt something there connected to his mind. It was like his senses had extended outside his body. "Little fellow, you've actually found your spiritual eye," exclaimed the old man. "What is this?" asked Long Chen. "Foolish brat, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has its myriad techniques revolving around the Dao, while the heaven-suppressing magic sect has its endless magical arts. However, the heaven-splitting battle sect only has the battle god's sacred canon and the 9 forms of split the heavens. Do you know why, despite only having these 2 things, we were the leader of the 3 great heavenly sects?" "I really don't." Long Chen shook his head. He didn't know that much about the heaven-splitting battle sect or its past. He had never asked either. "You've already broken the heaven-suppressing magic sect's divine spring, removing them from this world. But you should know that back in the day, their name was enough to shake the martial heaven continent. As for the heaven-splitting battle sect, we were even above them. Although I wouldn't dare to say that we were the rulers of the continent, there was definitely no one who dared to provoke us. And we declined because the upper half of the divine tablet was lost, causing us to lose the inheritance of the 9 forms of split the heavens. Before you went into Devil Spirit Mountain, our strongest technique was the 6th form of split the heavens. However, even the 6th form is incredibly powerful, far more so than the 5th form. The thing that you're sensing right now, it is a complementing place to your acupuncture points. It is like another eye that allows you to see everything around you clearly. Now, continue activating the next 8 acupuncture points." Long Chen nodded and continued according to his previous experience. Activating the 2nd acupuncture point was even easier than activating the 1st. The feeling he had up above him increased. From there, he was able to see himself clearly. The angle was completely different. He continued, activating the first 9 acupuncture points. These were the acupuncture points required for the 1st form of split the heavens. However, now that he was activating them with the technique of the 6th form, something was different about them. He felt like there were 9 eyes in the sky, giving him 9 angles to survey the world. This was an extremely strange state. "This way, when I fight, I'll be able to track my enemies easier and find openings to attack," exclaimed Long Chen. When fighting, he usually relied on his divine sense to keep an eye on his surroundings. However, in an intense fight, the powerful fluctuations harshly limited his divine sense, making his senses dull. Now he would be able to see everything around him clearly. When he fought powerful enemies in the future, he would be able to fight even more freely. Correct. The first 9 acupuncture points correspond to your sight. You can use the spiritual eye to keep watch on your surroundings. Furthermore, there are no limits. You'll be able to see through bewildering formations. Even in an illusion formation, even if your eyes are blinded, your spiritual eye won't be. You'll be able to see through what's false, said the old man proudly. The 6th form of split the heavens was where split the heavens showed its true worth. If it weren't for it, the heaven-splitting battle sect might have been destroyed long ago. The heaven-splitting battle sect didn't have any magical arts. If they encountered a spiritual attack or were lost in an illusion formation, they would be doomed. It was the 6th form of split the heavens that made up for that deficiency. The 6th form had reached an even higher realm. The thing that shocked the old man was how quickly Long Chen had opened his spiritual eye. Boss Bao and the others had spent 3 months training in the 6th form before sensing the location of their spiritual eye. However, back then, they had also been at the soul transformation realm, which made it exceptionally difficult to train in the 6th form. That was why their progress had been so slow. By the time they were capable of using their spiritual eye to examine their surroundings, it had been over a year since they had started training in the sixth form. As for Long Chen, he had not only instantly opened his spiritual eye, but he also managed to make use of it without any instruction. That shocked the old man. Now he really wanted to know how terrifying Long Chen's talent was. "Continue to the next acupuncture point," said the old man. Long Chen continued. When he activated the 10th acupuncture point, he paused slightly. "This acupuncture point relates to the sense of hearing." "Correct, continue. There's no need to stop. I want to see how many acupuncture points you can activate at once," said the old man. Activating the acupuncture points like this would require a great deal of soul energy. Once Long Chen reached his limit, the old man would be forced to help Long Chen. All of his 54 acupuncture points had to be fully activated this time. By activating them the first time, it would give the user experience and reduce the exhaustion for the next time. Then they would be able to unleash the sixth form. The 18th acupuncture point, the 27th acupuncture point, the 36th acupuncture point. Long Chen activated them all without finding it taxing at all. He found that the first 9 acupuncture points corresponded to sight, while the next 9 corresponded to hearing. Then the next 9 corresponded to smell. In that instant, he had felt an absolute clarity toward his surroundings. When he activated the 36th acupuncture point and a wave of sense assaulted him, his throat became itchy. He had an urge to puke. It was like he was tasting the air, the soil, the grass, and even the insects in the grass. The old man was once more shocked. He hadn't expected Long Chen's spiritual strength to be so powerful. Long Chen continued. On the 45th acupuncture point, he found that it corresponded to the sense of touch. He felt all his pores opening. It was like everything around him was touching him. The breathing of the fresh grass, the swirl of the wind, and even the movements of the insects in the soil were sensed. Good. Before training in the sixth form, one must first cultivate 6 kinds of senses. The first 5 senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. As long as these 5 senses are awakened, then any illusion art will be useless against you. Try to see if you can open the final sense. Don't hesitate. I'm here if you need me, said the old man. Seeing Long Chen's unnatural expression after activating all these senses, the old man thought that Long Chen had almost reached his limit. He didn't know this was from being disgusted. However, after reaching the 5th sense, Long Chen didn't taste as much of what he didn't want to, and he continued. His spiritual strength was practically limitless, and he activated 54 acupuncture points in one go. The instant he activated the 54th acupuncture point, the space around him shook. Long Chen felt like he had become the ruler of this space. Within this domain, everything was within his control. Just as he was delighted, the old man whacked his staff at Long Chen's waist. It was quick, sudden, and at such close range. There was simply no time to dodge. However, just as it was about to touch his waist, a hand moved as quick as lightning, catching it. Chapter 1588 The Sixth Sense, Sixth Root, Sixth Will. Translator Born to Be. Ha ha ha, as expected of the sprout I look favorably upon, laughed the old man. Long Chen looked at his own right hand with a strange expression. The old man's attack had truly been sudden. It hadn't contained any killing intent and had been launched at such close range. There was no way for anyone to react to that. According to reason, he shouldn't be able to do anything. A person's reaction speed was limited. Long Chen also hadn't reacted at all. He didn't even know what had happened before his right hand caught the old man's staff. "This is a kind of instinct?" asked Long Chen. "Yes, you can put it that way, but that's not entirely correct. An instinctual reaction would normally require sensing danger. However, I had no intent to kill you, so it wasn't instinct. This is a kind of mental state of the sixth form of Split the Heavens. As long as you are in this state, no illusion or technique will be able to bewilder you. Little brat, you really are a monster. You learned this ability right at the start, while those brats are still unable to control this power. HMPH, when I get back, I'll have to give them a proper beating. They aren't even a match for a child," said the old man. Through this experiment, the old man had confirmed that Long Chen was truly in control of this mental state. Long Chen had given him a nice surprise. In truth, the heaven-splitting battle sex battle god sacred canon focused more on power, not spiritual strength. However, Long Chen's spiritual strength was not inferior to his physical body. He had condensed 1,080,000,000 primordial runes to form his Yuan spirit. That had caused his spiritual strength to also transform. although even Long Chen wasn't completely aware of that. The fact that he could cultivate the sixth form of split, the heavens, so easily was undeniably related to his powerful Yuan spirit. Seeing Long Chen's lost and excited expression, the old man smiled. The sixth form is different from the fifth form. You'll no longer need to randomly hack at your opponents. Instead, it will gradually merge into your fighting technique. Now that the sixth form's acupuncture points have been activated, you've opened your six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and will. They correspond to the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and will. The rest is easy to understand, but the will is inexplicable. This will can be described as the spiritual perception, the consciousness, the divine sense, etc. However, those are all both right and wrong. This kind of ability can only be experienced. It sounds complicated, but it's easy to put into practice. With your six senses merged, you will enter a special state. Now you don't need to fear assassination attempts or group battles. Even the Blood Hall, ever since ancient times, wouldn't dare to assassinate our heaven-splitting battle sex disciple. That's because the sixth form of split the heavens completely counters their assassination arts. Not only that, but even illusion arts will be useless. There are countless illusion arts. However, they all involve affecting the mind through the six senses. With the six senses merged with your body, illusion arts won't be able to find an opening to affect you. This is also the reason why the heaven-splitting battle sect could cultivate just the battle god's sacred canon and split the heavens, and still dominate the land. Each of the latter forms of split the heavens is more terrifying than the last. Long Chen was shocked. Perhaps in the entire martial heaven continent, only the heaven-splitting battle sect would have nothing but one cultivation technique and one battle skill. However, they had still dominated this continent once. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had all-encompassing magical arts that could manifest the indescribable Dao. However, the heaven-splitting battle sect's one technique was enough to match it. This could be taken as a contrary path, to go from complicated to simple. Just the sixth form was already so powerful. Then what about the seventh, eighth, and ninth forms? Just how strong were they? Maintain this state and carefully experience all your senses. This is very important. The sixth form of split the heavens can be split into the aura and the attack. You can use them separately. Now you are in the state of the aura, which is also called the sixth sense, the sixth root, the sixth will. There are many ways to call it. Just this aura is enough to benefit you for a lifetime. It can be used on its own, and once you're more experienced, you can use it without this strange posture. However, the actual attack requires you to use this posture. Otherwise, you might lose your life, warned the old man. I understand. Long Chen nodded. Although he had yet to actually go through with the attack, he found that only this posture allowed him to create an unimpeded flow through his 54 acupuncture points. If this posture was slightly off, the path would be hindered or blocked. There were only two possibilities if that happened. One was, if his power was unable to go through fully, it would cause his attack to lose most of its power. However, the worst case was that he used too much power, and having it be blocked would cause his meridians to explode, along with the rest of him. It was no wonder the old man was so grave about this. All right, there's not much time yet. Remember this state and take this. The old man took out the heaven-splitting blade. The heaven-splitting blade was also called the heaven-splitting divine blade. There were countless legends about it, but those stories were so ancient that many things had been lost. Holding the heaven-splitting divine blade, Long Chen heard the old man say, "Through your aura, activate the six senses. Draw in the energy of heaven and earth into the first acupuncture point. Remember not to draw too much energy to it. The energy has to go through 54 acupuncture points, and each time it goes through one, its power will double. If you use up too much energy at the start and don't have enough at the end, it will also cause it to lose effect. You'll just end up injuring yourself. However much energy you draw out of the world is how much energy you should use from your qi. Merge the two energies together to form a new kind of power." Long Chen hadn't expected the sixth form of split the heavens to be so complicated. He had to increase his energy with each acupuncture point. That required very precise control. Don't be afraid. Estimate the energy in your qi. Even if you fail, it's fine. The heaven-splitting blade will protect you, said the old man. Long Chen, don't move. Fully open your power to me. I will help you guide it. All you need to do is remember the process. Suddenly, a spiritual message came from the heaven-splitting blade. Its item spirit was actually speaking to him. All right, thank you for your troubles, senior. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any assurance. Long Chen nodded. Divine Ring. A five-colored divine ring appeared, shaking the sky. Within the red, orange, yellow, green, and azure divine ring was a 5-point star. When it manifested, A powerful pressure shook the entire heaven-splitting battle sect. Heavens, Big Brother Long Chen's divine ring has appeared. The disciples that had just been chased away ran back, looking at the sky in excitement. Although they had seen images of Long Chen fighting heavenly geniuses, it wasn't as shocking as personally seeing them. They could now feel that look down arrogantly upon the 9 heavens. Feng Fu Star, Alioth Star, Life Fate Star, Enlightenment Palace Star, Divine Gate Star. The 5 points of the star in his divine ring lit up one by one. Each point had a star shining brightly now. The world shuddered uneasily in the face of this power. Fortunately, they're high up in the air. If they were standing on the ground, the heaven-splitting battle sect would be wrecked. This brat's really a monster. The 7th boss was gobsmacked. They had arrived at the end of the battle last time and hadn't seen Long Chen really fighting. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes were shining as he stared at Long Chen without blinking. Long Chen's current power even gave him a sense of pressure. Long Chen raised the heaven-splitting blade. This wasn't his own action, but the guidance of the heaven-splitting blade. All Long Chen needed to do was unleash all his power, and the heaven-splitting blade would direct him, helping him activate all of his acupuncture points. There was no need for Long Chen to calculate anything. Long Chen had his eyes closed as he sensed the merger of the outer world's energy with his own. This was his first time feeling the energy of the heavenly Taos. However, this was different from Celestials. Celestials had heavenly Tao energy given to them, while Long Chen had to force the heavens to give him this energy. Under the pressure of the divine ring, the heavenly Tao energy had no way to resist as it was forcibly taken and merged into his acupuncture points. As Long Chen's spiritual yuan merged with the heaven Tao energy, it was like they ignited. It was also like a volcano whose lid was removed. Rumbling sounds came from Long Chen's body. In the end, the sound was like divine thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Boss Bao and the others stared in shock. They were able to unleash the 6th form of Split the Heavens, but they had never caused such a phenomenon. The heaven-splitting blade shone like a sun as all his acupuncture points were activated. However, just as everyone thought that Long Chen was about to slash it down, that light dimmed. The terrifying fluctuations also faded. Why isn't he unleashing it? Exactly, isn't holding it uncomfortable? The disciples were all disappointed. They had wanted to see how powerful Long Chen's attack would be. However, this lightning storm had contained only thunder. Many thanks, Senior. Long Chen's divine ring disappeared, and he returned the heaven-splitting blade to the old man. He was a bit out of breath and pale, as he had used up the majority of his spiritual yuan. The reason he hadn't been able to unleash the attack in the end was because his 5-star battle armor had reached its limit. Good. Having activated all your acupuncture points with your greatest power, its potential will be even greater in the future, said the heaven-splitting blade. You've learned the 6th form of Split the Heavens. I'll pass on the 7th form to you as well. Whether or not you can learn it, it's best if you just memorize it first, said the old man, pulling Long Chen back to the mountain peak. Chapter 15, 89 Truly Not Wanting to Show Off. Translator Born to Be. On the peak the old man said, Little fellow, I've taught you the 7th form's mnemonic now. When you go back, you can slowly open your meridians and by no means should you rush it. At your current level, there's no way you can control the 7th form of Split the Heavens. This move is something even I can barely use. Without the heaven-splitting divine tablet, using it is truly dangerous. The old man's expression was grave as he warned Long Chen. This move could not be randomly used. Unfortunately, Long Chen couldn't stay in the heaven-splitting battle sect forever. There was no way for the old man to guide him forever. That was why the old man had no choice but to transmit the 7th form of Split the Heavens ahead of time to Long Chen. The fierceness of the 7th form was something even Long Chen's monstrous physical body and spiritual yuan could not possibly handle. The old man was afraid Long Chen would get arrogant and try to use it, which would result in a fatal opening for his enemies. Even you are only barely able to use it. But didn't you say that you would show me the power of the 9th form of Split the Heavens in the Grand Hand? Could it be? Long Chen was surprised. The old man furiously clapped Long Chen in the back of the head. What, you think I was just bragging? I can use the 9th form. However, it would require using a secret art to ignite my yuan spirit. After unleashing it, I would die. Long Chen rubbed the back of his head. He was very moved inside. Back then, the old man had actually been willing to sacrifice his life to unleash the ninth form of Split the Heavens in order to cut down Xuanhuan's clone. That had been for Long Chen's sake. The 9 forms of Split the Heavens are too domineering. Even when cultivating the battle god's sacred canon, it's still difficult to use them. That's why we need the assistance of the heaven-splitting divine tablet to relieve the stress to the body. The battle god's sacred canon, the 9 forms of Split the Heavens, the heaven-splitting divine tablet, and the heaven-splitting blade are the 4 treasures of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Not one can be missing. However, the current heaven-splitting divine tablet is incomplete. You should be careful when using Split the Heavens as a result, warned the old man. I understand, I won't rush it, Long Chen nodded. The old man had only transmitted the mnemonic for the 7th form to Long Chen, but he hadn't had Long Chen start training in it yet. He would instead let Long Chen study it slowly. All right, then you should leave. I want to see what's recorded inside this Jade case. HMPH, I refuse to believe the Nether Passage realm is really so difficult to reach, said the old man competitively. However, he had agreed to use this Jade case now thanks to Long Chen. I want to see it too. Don't be so stingy. Long Chen was very curious about what was contained in the Jade case. Do you want to lose your life? This Jade case contains life and death energy. Jianing somehow managed to record some of her experiences in the netherworld by using a portion of her Yuan spirit. Once the Jade case is activated, that powerful life and death energy will definitely kill your Yuan spirit instantly, said the old man. It's fine. My Yuan spirit is strong enough to handle it. Long Chen smiled. He was even more confident in his Yuan spirit than he was in his physical body. Then tell me how many primordial runes you had when you condensed your Yuan spirit. I'll see if it's enough. This isn't a joke. When that life and death energy erupted, I won't be able to save you. I haven't reached the Nether Passage realm yet, said the old man. An attack of life and death energy would annihilate the Yuan spirit. It was unblockable. If something happened to Long Chen, the old man would go crazy. Cough, I had quite a few. Can I ask how many primordial runes you had? Probed Long Chen. Although I am only a rank 8 celestial, I was assisted by the battle god's sacred canon. I increased the number of primordial runes that I produced by 3 times. In the end, I managed to condense 87,000 of them, said the old man proudly. Long Chen was startled. He had always thought that the old man was a rank 9 celestial. Unexpectedly, he was only a rank 8 celestial. However, thinking about it, Long Chen knew there was no way to compare the old man's era with the present. In the current era, mostly in the most recent few years, the world had changed. Heavenly geniuses were crazily sprouting. Heavenly geniuses were as common as rice. As for in the old man's era, advancing a single celestial level had been incredibly difficult. His tenacity and grit were not things that the current generation's heavenly geniuses could compare to. As a rank 8 celestial, he had touched upon the door to the Nether Passage realm. This kind of perseverance even won Long Chen's praise. It seemed cultivation, talent wasn't necessarily the most important thing. For ordinary rank 9 celestials, the upper limit was 9,999 primordial runes. As for the old man, he had actually broken through his limit 3 times, resulting in him condensing 87,000. There was definitely something behind that. Little fellow, how many primordial runes did you have? If you don't have enough, then don't talk nonsense, said the old man. In truth, I condensed enough. I condensed just a little bit more than you, said Long Chen. How much is a little bit? Say it in more detail. Don't look at me with that evil smile. This could kill you, raged the old man. Ah, a bit more means a bit more. Long Chen scratched his head bashfully. There was really no way he could say it without embarrassing the old man. 100,000. A bit more. 200,000. A bit more again. What 300,000? Exclaimed the old man. A bit more again. Your version of a bit is too small, said Long Chen. Don't tell me you condensed 1,000,000. Ah, how should I put this? Let's just stop guessing. In any case, it's a bit more than that, said Long Chen, even gesturing with his hands to show it was just a bit bigger. 5,000,000. The old man heard Long Chen say the word bit 5 times, so he increased his count by 5 times. Long Chen didn't know whether or not he should tell the truth, but he couldn't lie in front of the old man. What are you being mute for? Hurry up and tell me, roared the old man. He now truly wished to learn how many primordial runes Long Chen had condensed. The more he had condensed, the stronger his Yuan spirit, and the stronger his Yuan spirit, the greater his potential. Seeing the old man on the verge of exploding, Long Chen helplessly extended 10 fingers. 10 million, your Yuan spirit really is terrifying, exclaimed the old man. It's not 10 million, it's 1 billion, sighed Long Chen. The old man's staff whacked toward Long Chen. He roared, fuck off, do you think I'm an idiot? How could such a Yuan spirit exist in this world? Split the heavens 5. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of Long Chen's head. A powerful saber image struck the old man's staff. Caught off guard, his staff was knocked out of his hand, and his hand even began to bleed. The old man looked in shock at a 3-inch figure of Long Chen standing in front of him. Long Chen's Yuan spirit had actually used its hand as a blade to activate the 5th form of Split the Heavens. Despite that, its power was astonishing. Little fellow, you were still hiding this trump card. You weren't even using your full power in the grand hand, cried the old man. Long Chen's Yuan spirit could actually unleash battle skills. Then, at the very least, his Yuan spirit possessed 80% of the combat power of his true body. At the end of the dragon slaughtering convention, he had looked to be at a miserable disadvantage, but he had actually been holding back. I really did use my full power. However, I need to keep a few life-saving trump cards. My luck is so bad I'd probably be screwed if I ran out of trump cards, said Long Chen helplessly. In truth, Long Chen really had held back at that time. One of his trump cards was his Yuan spirit. Even though his own spiritual Yuan was exhausted, his Yuan spirit could be treated as his clone and another energy store. The other trump card he hadn't used was that when his spiritual Yuan ran out, he had one method to restore it instantly. That was Chu Yao. When Chu Yao activated the wood spirit union, he could use her Yuan spirit. The thick reserves of spiritual Yuan possessed by a wood cultivator were perfect for that. However, having all his trump cards exposed at once was very dangerous. Unless he was forced to, he would prefer not to use them. This was a habit of his now. After all, this was related to everyone's life and death. So it's true, but even an Empyrean cannot possess that many primordial runes, a variant of heaven and earth, or a sovereign sprout. The old man suddenly burst into wild laughter. Good, then I won't worry about you. Although your Yuan spirit hasn't reached its peak state, such an abnormal power should have no problem handling the life and death energy. The heaven-splitting blade unleashed a wave of light that enveloped the two of them. They vanished, reappearing in a wasteland. No one will disturb us here. Prepare yourself. I'm going to activate the Jade case, said the old man. The old man waved a hand. His spiritual strength burst forth and the Jade case exploded. As the world turned pitch black, Long Chen jumped in shock. Activate your 6th sense, shouted the old man. Long Chen hastily activated all his acupuncture points. When his 6th sense was activated, he saw a dusky world. The surroundings were the same, but the void was constantly shaking. There was also some image strangely superimposed on itself. Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his mind as if a needle was stabbing his mind. That was the erosion of the life and death energy. Although it was uncomfortable, he could handle it. A wave of light came from his head, forcing back this strange energy. This life and death energy was very strange. He couldn't feel it, he couldn't sense it, and even his 6th sense was unable to grasp it. However, its power was focused on targeting his Yuan spirit. Haha, Wu Guangyuan, looks like in the end, you still ended up owing me a favor. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caused Long Chen and the old man's expressions to change. The old man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 15, 90 Blood-Colored Lake. Translator, Born to Be. That voice was something Jian Ying had left behind. Long Chen was absolutely speechless. Could it be that as one's cultivation base grew, it became more difficult for oxygen to reach their brain? Even at this time, she still had to be so competitive. This was no different than a slap to the old man's face. It was like an 80-year-old playing in the mud. At this time, the old man was quivering with rage. Old man, this time I'm definitely on your side. We won't let this enmity off lightly, cried Long Chen righteously. Exactly, don't you think that woman is hateful? Raged the old man. Yes, you're absolutely right. If I had women like that, I'd be beaten all day. However, we've lost this time. Now that we've activated the Jade case, whether or not we use it, we owe her a debt. How absolutely sinister. Long Chen was now on the same side as the old man. She really pisses me off. Long Chen, you have lots of evil ideas. What do we do? Demanded the old man. What else can we do? Having taken such a loss, if we walked away with our heads lowered, Wouldn't it be so shameful that all men would be laughed at? Said Long Chen helplessly. Fuck, I was grateful to her for nothing. She really needs a beating, said the old man hatefully. Long Chen felt like he had worked so hard for nothing. This senior had to really be bored to add something so childish to her good intentions. Old man, let's put this aside for now. We can't waste this. We can't suffer this loss for nothing. We'll get our revenge for this later, said Long Chen. Fine, I won't bother with her. She definitely thinks that this would make me too angry to use this. Well, I won't let things go as she wishes, laughed the old man. Long Chen was startled. So it really was Senior who understood the old man the best. He had actually misunderstood her intentions. When he thought about it closely, this move of gianting was a bit superfluous. Since the old man had activated the Jade case, it meant the old man had already accepted this favor. Provoking him some more was extra. The realm of supreme experts truly wasn't something lower people could understand. Sit down. This is a memory formation condensed through life and death energy. Once activated, we'll see how she entered the netherworld. Don't be careless. No matter what you see, don't make a sound, warned the old man. All right, I understand, Long Chen nodded. The old man sat in a lotus-style position and pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Long Chen felt some faint life and death energy flowing out of him. Although the old man hadn't reached the nether passage realm, he had comprehended the Tao of life and death. He was in possession of the slightest bit of life and death energy. As his life and death energy circulated, the surroundings changed. Long Chen suddenly closed his 6th sense, and he saw that the surroundings were pitch black. He knew that this darkness was Jianying's memories. Long Chen had to experience it as she did, so he couldn't activate the 6th sense. As for any danger, he left that up to Evil Moon. It would warn him if there was any danger. Furthermore, the old man had the heaven-splitting blade. With 2 divine items protecting them, there wouldn't be any problems. The darkness seemed endless. It felt like he had been devoured by it and entered a world of eternity. Here, there was no time, no space. This is the world of death. Nether Passage experts were able to control their life and death. This phrase sounded nonsensical. Who couldn't control their life and death? Couldn't they just kill themselves? However, this phrase meant something different. Nether Passage experts had to experience true death. The physical body died. The Yuan spirit died. However, the Nether Passage experts would retain the slightest trace of life, using it to enter the gate to the netherworld. Then they would return from that gate, completing a cycle of life and death. After that, they would have truly reached the Nether Passage realm. The darkness Long Chen was seeing was the darkness Jianying had experienced after dying. This darkness would evoke instinctual fear in people. There was no light. There was no sound. There was nothing. Everything was still in death. Suddenly, Long Chen saw a huge gate ahead of him. It was open just a crack. His body moved toward the gate involuntarily, toward the crack. Long Chen knew that he was seeing things from Jianying's point of view. Once he was through the gate, he saw a giant bridge ahead of him. What shocked Long Chen was that this bridge had many people randomly wandering around. As he walked forward, he saw a humanoid monstrosity in extremely ancient robes. This humanoid was carrying chains with huge hooks at the end. This figure was using its chains to kill the people on the bridge. Anyone struck by its chains would be turned to mist and vanish from sight. The humanoid monstrosity had strange runes in its eyes. However, it seemed to not seek gianting. It was constantly tidying up the people on the bridge who were roaming around randomly. As it killed those people, mist rose into the air. The bridge was quickly tidied up. The slain people didn't react at all. They didn't dodge, they didn't run. They didn't seem to know what fear was. Their expressions were wooden as they were killed. As the monstrosity killed more of them, its chains grew brighter. After a while, the monstrosity walked to a stone pillar at the side of the bridge. At the top of the pillar was a head-sized stone. The stone flowed with light. It was like a pearl. Through Jianying's sight, Long Chen could sense terrifying spiritual fluctuations coming from the stone. A definite treasure. Those people's souls were all gathered into this orb. The spiritual strength inside it has reached the pinnacle of purity. Just what is going on? Those people didn't look like cultivators. They seemed like ordinary people who came here in a spiritual state, but they didn't have any spiritual fluctuations. And that strange monstrosity, he seems like a jailer. Those chains are extremely powerful against souls, thought Long Chen. Everything he was seeing, hearing, and feeling was the same as what Jianying had experienced when she had entered the netherworld. His line of sight could not be moved. Long Chen guessed that Jianying was currently hidden in a corner. Just at this moment, a huge gate appeared in the air, and a figure walked out from a crack. Long Chen was startled. It was someone from a race he had never seen before. He was 3 meters tall with a body covered in scales. He had a single horn on his head and a fish-like tail on his back. A member of the ancient races. No, his aura was completely different. A Xuanhuan beast. Also wrong. This person had a dark aura that was different from any of the lifeforms on the martial heaven continent. Long Chen suddenly understood something. A nether passage expert who entered the netherworld had their own gate. This person's gate had appeared not far from Jianying's gate. That person's gaze swept around, even going past Jianying. However, he didn't see her. Jianying must be hidden very well. Long Chen praised Jianying inside. This attention to detail was definitely far superior to the old man. If it had been him, he would definitely not have thought of hiding and observing things first. This tailed person walked forward. He quickly reached the center of the bridge and saw the monstrosity killing the souls. The tailed person snorted and sent a punch at the monstrosity. His punch was incredibly powerful, but he was sent flying by a punch from the monstrosity. Long Chen was startled. It's possible to activate magical arts and battle skills here. Then the spiritual body that enters this place is actually also a physical body. What a strange place. Just at this moment, a blood-colored rune appeared in that monstrosity's eyes. The chain in its hand shot toward the tailed man. The tailed man sneered and began muttering something Long Chen couldn't understand. He once more sent out a punch. However, this time, the tailed man's arm exploded and blood mist flew out. He was actually a solid body. The tailed man let out a miserable cry. Only at this moment did Long Chen see countless barbs on the chains that were pulling out that tailed man's flesh. Those barbs were like teeth. The tailed man turned to flee back to the gate he had come out of. Unfortunately, he had just gotten there when the monstrosity's chain explosively grew. It smashed through the tailed man's body, causing him to scream. His body then rapidly withered until he was nothing more than dust. The monstrosity returned to its original appearance, but now it went to another orb. Its chain had a dozen drops of essence blood that dripped onto the orb. Damn, so it's gathering essence blood. Long Chen was startled. This thing was gathering souls and essence blood at the same time. Just what was it doing? At this moment, Jianying walked out of the place she was hiding and crept forward, carefully going past the monstrosity. It completely ignored her, and she continued onward. The bridge was very long, and she encountered over 10 of them that she carefully went around. After an unknown amount of time, a blood-colored pool appeared ahead. Dense mist swirled out of it and into the sky. Chapter 1591 Yellow Springs Path, Gates of Hell. Translator Born to Be. The blood-colored pool stretched as far as he could see. When Long Chen approached it, he was shocked to find that this lake wasn't filled with water but was truly formed of blood. Furthermore, it was the terrifying essence blood. The powerful fluctuations coming from the lake gave Long Chen chills. This kind of power was something he had only sensed from the all-devil monster's essence blood. Dense mist swirled out of the lake so that he couldn't see far. However, he saw floating logs on the lake that formed a strange bridge. This bridge was not steady. There were many random logs in constant motion, and it seemed he was supposed to jump across them to reach the other side. That was very dangerous. Eventually, Jianying stepped forward to try it on her own. Even after a long time, she didn't see anyone else come to try it. Jianying jumped onto one of the logs, and it rocked in the water. There was danger of falling in at any moment. Long Chen guessed that there was no way to fly in this region, or Jianying would have just flown right there. As he looked deeper into the mist, the water suddenly surged. A strange lifeform jumped out of the water and at Jianying. It was a humanoid with a fishtail and 8 horns on its head. It opened a huge mouth full of sinister teeth as it tried to bite Jianying. Jianying slashed with a sword. However, it wasn't a true sword but one condensed of her Yuan spirit energy. She killed the creature in one attack. As soon as she killed it, the surface of the lake exploded. Countless other blood-colored creatures charged at her. Jianying quickly retreated to the shore where the creatures were unable to cross. After a few furious roars, they unwillingly retreated. Damn, what are these? How could they be so terrifying? Furthermore, that resentment coming from them, they don't seem like a real species. They're quite similar to the resentful spirits in stories. Jianying didn't dare to touch this lake water. It was too strange. As for those monsters, although they weren't very powerful at the end, They had come at her in such terrifying numbers that it was all too possible to end up falling into the water. Jianying didn't dare to try it again. She found a place to hide herself by the shore. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally appeared. It was a humanoid, but his body was small. He was like a dwarf and was only 3 feet tall. He looked at the lake for a long time. It was unknown whether or not Jianying had used some secret art to conceal herself, but he didn't notice her. After examining the blood lake carefully, he slowly touched the surface of it and immediately let out a shrill scream. The finger he had used to touch the lake had turned to mist, and that mist continued to burn away the rest of his body. His hand instantly vanished. The speed at which it spread was shocking. The dwarf immediately cut off his arm at the shoulder. By that time, his arm up to his elbow had vanished. Less than half a breath's time after his arm landed on the ground, it vanished into mist. The elder's face was pale. All he had done was touch the lake, but if he hadn't been decisive enough, he would have died. He stopped by the shore for a long time. His arm slowly recovered. Only then did he slowly jump onto one of the floating logs and continue onward. At first, things went very smoothly, and he advanced several miles. Just as he was about to vanish into the mist, one of the fish monsters inside the lake attacked him. Just like Jianying, the dwarf easily killed it. Based on its attack speed, power, and spatial fluctuations, Chen estimated it to be around the power of a soul transformation expert. To an expert on Jianying's level, such a creature could be slain with the wave of a hand. However, right after the dwarf killed it, countless more of them suddenly sprang out of the lake, attacking him. Although the dwarf killed as many as he could, there were too many, and they filled the air. However, Chen noticed one secret. These monsters never touched the floating logs no matter what attack they used. The dwarf was fighting with all his power and wanted to retreat. However, he had gone too deep, and his path was blocked. Just at this moment, a tentacle wrapped around his ankle. He was instantly pulled underwater. A miserable cry rang out for just an instant before it disappeared. The lake returned to calm. Chen could feel himself sweating. Fortunately, Jianying had been lucky. She had been attacked just after jumping onto the logs and had time to retreat. If she had been in the dwarf's position, she would probably have died. This lake was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as Jianying was minuscule in front of it. No wonder it was said that advancing to the Nether Passage realm was an incomparably dangerous venture. This place was filled with danger. The image he saw stayed still for a long time. Chen guessed that Jianying was waiting for someone else to test this place. However, in the end, no one else came, and Jianying moved. She once more jumped onto a floating log and continued advancing. Although he knew that Jianying had managed to pass and advance to the Nether Passage realm, watching what she had gone through still gave Chen chills. Eventually, Jianying was so deep into the mist that when she looked back she couldn't see the shore. Everything around her was mist. Chen couldn't help sighing inside. The path of experts was always so difficult. There were no shortcuts, and they had to face death. Even someone as strong as Jianying seemed so weak in the face of the ephemeral existence known as fate. However, she still chose to advance. Eventually, one of those monsters appeared and attacked her. This time, she didn't strike back. Instead, a runic barrier appeared around her. She stayed motionless as the monster tore at her barrier. It was unknown what kind of special ability it had, but her barrier began to crack. However, Jianying was not taken by surprise. She slowly passed more energy into her barrier. As long as it was just one, these monsters were unable to harm her. The monster bit and tore at her barrier for a long time without drawing more monsters. Chen suddenly realized that as long as these monsters weren't attacked, it was possible to pass safely. As expected, after blocking the first one, she didn't draw more. As she advanced, ripples began to appear on the calm lake. As the surface of the lake rose, Chen saw some splashing. Eventually, he saw the mouth of a spring from which the blood water was flowing out. There was a stone tablet there with 3 crooked words. They didn't seem like immortal characters. In any case, Chen didn't recognize them. Yellow Springs Path. What, doesn't the Yellow Springs Path only exist in folklore? Plus, shouldn't it be yellow? Asked Chen. I don't know either. I just recognize those 3 characters. That damn Yun Shang returned my memories, raged Evil Moon. It was more and more sure that Yun Shang had taken away a portion of its memories. All right, perhaps the Yellow Springs weren't yellow. Among the common folk, there was a saying to stop digging if you struck yellow water when digging a well, because that well would lead to the land of the dead. But wasn't that just nonsense? The soil people lived on was yellow. It was only natural that when the first water came out it would be yellow. If that saying was true, wouldn't there be no wells? That was why this saying was not trustworthy at all and was mostly only told during stories. However, now that Evil Moon had said what those characters were, Long Chen's heart thumped. For some reason, he felt a chill. Jianying continued to advance. There was no way to sense the flow of time here, but eventually she reached a giant whirlpool. Now Long Chen saw an even more shocking scene. There were 9 lakes, all different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, violet, white, and black lake water was gathering here, forming a gigantic whirlpool. This is the legendary 9 Springs. Below the 9 Springs is the land of the dead. Long Chen's hair stood on end. Were the stories told by the common people actually true? If they were, what of the ox head and horse face guardians of the underworld? What of the black and white deities of the dead? What of the Usras of purgatory? Long Chen felt like he couldn't accept this. Having cultivated to this point, he now saw things on his cultivation path that were only spoken of in stories by the weakest commoners of the land. Jianying paused where the 9 springs gathered. The water was flowing, but the wooden logs didn't move. The strange monsters of the lake had also vanished. Long Chen carefully examined the 9 springs. He felt like he was close to grasping some kind of mysterious element to them, but then that feeling vanished. These 9 springs are definitely hiding some kind of secret. Long Chen was sure about this. This was a kind of intuition that he felt very clearly. Regretfully, all he was seeing was some memories. Many things could not be transmitted through just the 5 senses. He was also only able to experience it as Jianying had experienced it. Jianying continued forward. A straight set of stairs appeared descending into the center of the whirlpool. When Jianying reached the bottom, Long Chen saw that the waterfall of lake water was actually flowing in reverse here, forming a strange cycle. Continuing on the path, he suddenly saw a giant gate. This gate also had 3 characters on it. Gates of Hell. Evil Moon recognized them again. What it said caused Long Chen's heart to pound. Chapter 1592, Bring Me In. Translator Born to Be. There was a huge castle ahead, with giant gates opened outward. The gates had huge rivets that were many miles long. Standing in front of this giant gate, humans seemed as minuscule as ants. What was beyond the gates was shrouded in primal chaos. It was impossible to see anything inside. The gates of hell did not have the guards of legend like the ox head and horse face. There was nothing around except primal chaos. Just as Jianying was not far from it, she saw 2 figures enter it, vanishing within without a trace. Due to the great distance, Long Chen hadn't managed to see whether those 2 were human or some other species. Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from Jianying. It was a giant, colorful tiger. When it passed by Jianying, it glanced at her and then ignored her, going straight into the gate. Even its huge, mountain-like body was minuscule in front of the giant gates. Jianying hesitated for a moment before also entering. Just at that moment the vision faded. The dark aura vanished and the sun appeared in the sky again. Long Chen and the old man both took a deep breath. Only now did Long Chen realize he was covered in sweat. The atmosphere of the netherworld was too nerve-wracking. It really is a damnable place. The old man wiped some sweat off his forehead. Old man, why did the vision end? Did you run out of energy? Asked Long Chen. This memory was not complete. It's not that I ran out of energy, but that this memory was only this long. You might not know this, but it's very difficult to remember anything about passing through the netherworld. Practically, everyone has their memories of that time stripped away by some mysterious energy. Jianying's spiritual strength is exceptional, and I don't know what technique she used to preserve some of her memories, but doing just that is already extremely heaven-defying. As for what's behind that gate, even she is powerless to remember anything about it. However, this is already very helpful to me. Without it, I would probably fail to get past that bridge. The old man felt some lingering fear. Jianying's caution had just saved his life. With the heaven-splitting battle sex men's characters, that bridge was too dangerous. At the very least, these memories had guaranteed his safety for the first part. When are you planning on attacking the Nether Passage realm? Asked Long Chen. I was interrupted this time, and seeing these memories has almost been an impact. Since I used up some of my life and death energy, I would need a month to recover to my peak state. I'll only attempt it at that time. Activating the memories Jianying had left behind had taken quite a bit of energy. The old man would need to fully recover before attempting his breakthrough. Then, can I discuss something with you? Probed Long Chen. What? Well, I just want to ask, can you bring my Yuan spirit with you when you make your breakthrough? Are you insane? The old man immediately jumped up. This brat really was crazy. Could someone come back alive from the netherworld? Don't panic just yet. I was thinking that I could have my Yuan spirit enter your mind, see. When you attack the nether passage realm, I'll come along too. That way, I'll be able to stroll around the netherworld, said Long Chen. Absolutely not. You saw how dangerous the netherworld is. Your Yuan spirit might be powerful, but you're just at the soul transformation realm. What if some law exterminates you? The old man shook his head vehemently. This brat's guts were too big. When attacking the nether passage realm, the body would die. However, there would be a small seed of life left behind. Without this seed, it would be impossible to return from the netherworld. Only a nether passage expert who had succeeded would be able to return and activate the seed of life, completing a full nirvanic rebirth. However, if you died in the netherworld, that seed of life would vanish. That was true death. Long Chen's method might sound plausible in theory, but it was definitely impossible in reality. Who knew what would happen? Old man, just listen to me. My cultivation technique is a bit special and is very sensitive to danger. In all these years, the reason I could brush so close to death constantly is thanks to my cultivation technique. There's something I need in the netherworld and I couldn't sense any danger. In other words, other than whatever is beyond that gate, I should be absolutely safe. Do you not understand my character? I'm more afraid of death than anyone. I have so many hot-blooded brothers and beautiful women to return to. I can't just throw my life away, said Long Chen solemnly. Now that Long Chen put it this way, the old man reconsidered. Although Long Chen was young, he was meticulous. He rarely made a mistake in his plans. Since Long Chen was so set on doing this, on taking such a giant risk, he had to have his own reasons. After hesitating, the old man finally clenched his teeth. Fine, if you want to go crazy, I'll accompany you. However, you have to promise me that you'll return alive. The heaven-splitting battle sect needs you too. Long Chen understood. If the old man failed his breakthrough, then the heaven-splitting battle sect would lose the pillar holding it up. Boss Bao and the others might be strong, but they hadn't fully matured yet. If Long Chen also died inside, the heaven-splitting battle sect would be doomed. Don't worry, no one can take this life of mine, not even the heavens. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. He was delighted inside. The two of them returned to the heaven-splitting battle sect. They decided that Long Chen should return in 1 month. At the same time, the old man told him that the heaven-splitting battle sect's divine spring had been revived. Bao Buping and Chang Hao had already entered, and it wouldn't be long before they could advance to become Empyreans. Based on the density of their divine spring, other than Bao Buping and Chang Hao, there was enough to give rise to 2 more Empyreans, and the old man asked Long Chen if he wanted 2 of his people to go through it. During normal times, the divine spring was nothing more than decoration, or perhaps a kind of symbol. However, the world had changed. Karmic luck was subtly shifting. Divine springs could now be activated to produce stronger experts. However, Long Chen didn't accept. Li Tianxuan had also asked Long Chen about this, saying that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's divine spring had gathered so much karmic luck that it could allow 10 disciples to undergo its baptism. Long Chen had directly said that the Dragon Blood Legion wouldn't take a single one of those spots, and Li Tianxuan could use them as he pleased. Li Tianxuan had simply nodded. Both of them could understand what the other was thinking with just a look. Long Chen had found that Li Tianxuan understood him very well. There was no need for him to say too much. Long Chen didn't want to rely on the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He understood his bad luck far too well. If he leaned on a mountain, it would collapse. If he relied on a sea, the sea would dry up. If he was too dependent on the Xuanhuan Dao sect, he would bring a calamity to the sect. That was why he did his best to rely on his own power to advance. Previously, Long Chen hadn't put much confidence in the existence known as karma. However, after dealing with his bad luck for years, he ended up believing more and more that he was an unlucky star. That was why no matter what he did, he had to be careful not to implicate anyone. Perhaps others wouldn't understand such a thing, but Long Chen found that Li Tianxuan seemed to be able to read his mind, and both understood and supported his decisions. And it made Long Chen feel very grateful. Having refused the Xuanhuan Dao sect spots, he naturally wouldn't take the heaven-splitting battle sect's. Since the old man needed to rest, Long Chen didn't overstay his welcome. Bao Buping and Chang Hao were in the midst of the baptism of the divine pool, so he didn't disturb them either. After saying goodbye to the bosses, he went to the eastern Xuanhuan city and found Zheng Wenlong. As soon as he arrived at the Hegemon auction house, Zheng Wenlong came over with 2 spatial rings. One of these is your portion of the current profits from the sale of those medicinal pills. There's a total of 80 million spirit crystals. The other one contains 200 million, which is a loan I got from the higher-ups. My pocket's a bit tight lately, and most of my wealth is tied up in assets that can't be turned into money in a short time. After 2 months, I should have some more money to support you, said Zheng Wenlong. Many thanks. Having a god of wealth as a friend really is nice. Long Chen smiled and accepted the 2 spatial rings. He was extremely grateful. Having Zheng Wenlong as a friend was truly a blessing. He had helped Long Chen out greatly. The medicinal pills you gave me last time should be enough for you to reconstruct the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but you have to know that changing objects into money takes time. I've just taken on the eastern Xuan region's business, and most of my wealth is still in assets. Turning that into money is a bit difficult. But don't worry, you can continue with your construction as I continue to make more money. According to the plan you sent me, this shouldn't stall your construction, said Zheng Wenlong. All right, then I'll thank you for your trouble, Brother Wenlong. Long Chen cupped his fists in thanks. After chatting a bit more with Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen learned that he really didn't have it easy. Most of his wealth was tied up right now, and the amount he had given him was the maximum amount possible. Long Chen didn't say too many courteous words. He knew that giving him this much money so quickly would reduce Zheng Wenlong's potential future profit. He recorded his favor in his heart. As long as he didn't die, he would return this favor with interest. After saying goodbye to Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen returned to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. As soon as he arrived, he saw a very bustling scene. Chapter 1593, Burning Money. Translator Born to Be. There were countless craftsmen and workers building things quickly. Huge wooden frameworks had already been built. Looking at the busy disciples, Long Chen smiled faintly. In order to save money, the Xuan master actually had the disciples do some of the work that didn't require specialization. However, those disciples were mostly outer sect disciples with low cultivation bases. For them, doing this work would come with a high reward, so they were naturally delighted to be doing it. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. As soon as Long Chen returned, 2 disciples appeared, bowing deeply to him. They were disciples who had just joined and were rank 8 soul transformation celestials. Just from that sight, it was possible to see that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had truly grown. It's been hard on you. Long Chen patted them on the shoulder with a smile. The 2 of them were indescribably moved to be able to speak and interact with Long Chen. The main reason they had joined the Xuanhuan Dao sect was because Long Chen was here. They felt that cultivating in the same sect as Long Chen was a supreme honor. Actually personally interacting with him gave them a sense of grandeur. Long Chen walked along the construction. He saw various elders holding pieces of paper and calling out things that needed to be done or fixed. These elders all greeted Long Chen respectfully. Before, reaching the soul transformation realm would make one an elder. Now, tens of thousands of soul transformation disciples had joined, each one of them far stronger than them. Hence, they couldn't help but sigh. The world truly changed quickly. They still had their status and duties as elders. However, with their power, they were completely unqualified to teach these new disciples. In fact, some disciples gave them pointers. Fortunately, these heavenly geniuses were all very humble and didn't intentionally cause trouble. Otherwise, these elders would feel even worse. Geniuses were the most difficult people to look after. The reason they were so obedient in the Xuanhuan Dao sect was because of 2 people, the old Xuan master who was at the Nether Passage realm, and Long Chen who had dominated heavenly geniuses in his realm. It was only thanks to their presence that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was so peaceful. Although there were some conflicts between disciples, they rarely grew into huge fights. Mediating them was rather easy. Seeing Long Chen return, quite a few disciples began to surround him, greeting him. Long Chen had told the Dragon Blood Legion to be friendly to these new disciples, but if they encountered anyone irritating, there was no need to be courteous. For such people, they just had to beat them until they submitted. Some of these new disciples had felt themselves to be very amazing, that they were second only to Long Chen. However, they learned their lesson quickly after a few beatings. The Dragon Blood warriors had said that they wouldn't bully them. As long as they were in the same realm, then they could challenge the Dragon Blood warriors 10 to 1, and the latter would accept. The Dragon Blood warriors accepted all challenges. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had already constructed 10 large martial stages for disciples to exchange pointers. The martial stages had been packed for the first while. That was because before Long Chen had left for the heaven-splitting battle sect, he had announced that any disciple that could defeat a Dragon Blood warrior with the same cultivation base and celestial rank could join the Dragon Blood Legion. However, ever since those martial stages were constructed, despite challenges coming in a never-ending stream, not one person managed to defeat a Dragon Blood warrior in a 1-against-1. Let alone 1-against-1, even 10-against-1, the Dragon Blood warriors were undefeated. These heavenly geniuses had no choice but to submit. The Dragon Blood warriors were too powerful. Their fierce auras made them shiver and prevented them from unleashing their full power. Now they understood what true experts were. The Dragon Blood warriors might normally be easy to get along with, but when they fought, they turned into beasts. These disciples all felt the Dragon Blood warriors to be true men, true heroes. The Dragon Blood warriors would even teach them many fighting techniques without holding anything back. Long Chen had a smile as he looked at the exceptionally lively martial stages, as well as the experts who were red in the face and crazily cheering. The current Xuanhuan Dao sect was finally as lively as a true super sect should be. Long Chen, come over here. Xuan Master, you were looking for me. Long Chen hastily climbed up a mountain. This mountain had just been formed, and the earth was still very fresh. There wasn't even any vegetation yet. At the top was a simple pavilion. Li Tianxuan was inside. He was looking at blueprints that were laid out on top of a stone table. Long Chen, this plan of yours is too big. We've encountered many difficulties already, said Li Tianxuan. He was frowning. This blueprint was something Long Chen had drawn. He had made some changes to the formation diagram that Zia Chen had sent over. Long Chen wanted to reconstruct the Xuanhuan Dao sect as one entity, with the formation tying it all together. He had based this idea on the Mo Mountain seal. I know the difficulties are all based on spending money, laughed Long Chen. It's not spending money, it's spending so much money that it's ridiculous. Even 10 times the estimate of the original amount isn't enough. Li Tianxuan bitterly smiled. Originally, the formation and the reconstruction of the Xuanhuan Dao sect would take around 100 years. With the compensation Pill Valley had paid and their own wealth, they had enough to construct 80% of it. Due to having 100 years as a buffer, they could slowly think of something for the remaining 20%. However, Long Chen wanted it built in 1 to 2 years. The cost had increased by 10 times. Then Long Chen had even said he wanted them to construct it as one solid entity, and to even add an unimaginable supreme transportation formation that could transport the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. Even Li Tianxuan felt like he was going crazy. As a sect leader, he had experienced much. However, Long Chen's plans made him feel like his head would explode. This wasn't spending money, this was burning money. It's fine, I will handle the matter of money. I just had a talk with Zhang Wenlong and got some more money. Based on our current speed, it should be enough to last 2 to 3 months. Long Chen handed Li Tianxuan a spatial ring. Li Tianxuan looked inside and jumped in shock. How is it possible that he could lend you so much money? I know how tight his pocket is lately. Li Tianxuan was different from Long Chen. He had a certain understanding of the entire continent's movements. Zhang Wenlong had taken over the Eastern Chuan region's business. He was very bold with his business and even started some new branches of neglected or unorthodox businesses. Li Tianxuan knew that this investment would take years or even decades to make a return. If he wanted those businesses to turn a profit, it would take even longer. He should currently be suffering a loss. In other words, Zhang Wenlong shouldn't have that many liquid assets. So Li Tianxuan was shocked Long Chen could take out so many spirit crystals. Zhang Wenlong's very loyal, but I also won't let him lose out. Just treat it as me owing him a favor and I'll pay him back in the future. Don't worry about money. The reconstruction of the Xuanhuan Dao sect is very important, especially the Supreme Transportation Formation. You have to personally guard it. I don't want a similar tragedy to befall us again, said Long Chen. All right, since you're sure, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, this formation blueprint you've given me is something only I and my master have seen. Furthermore, I've split up the work in batches so people won't be able to tell what exactly they're constructing. I'll handle the final portion of it myself so the outside world won't learn of this secret, said Li Tianxuan. Long Chen was completely at ease with Li Tianxuan at the helm of this problem. Li Tianxuan was extremely meticulous. The only ones I'm worried about are those bastards from Heavenly Fate Island. I encountered one of them in the eastern wastelands. Long Chen told Li Tianxuan about the disciple of the heavenly fate island who had brought his enemies to his parents. In the end, some old fellow had almost killed him through space. However, the divine gate star had activated in the end, forcing back that person's power. Long Chen didn't know the divine gate star's attack had ruined that elder's technique that he had bitterly trained in. A mysterious elder. Li Tianxuan's expression became a bit grave. He was silent for a moment. Heavenly Fate Island is very difficult to deal with. It seems they're hiding countless old monsters. Since you couldn't tell this elder's cultivation base, there's no way to know who it was. Heavenly Fate Island has countless secret arts, and one of them allows them to kill enemies through space as long as they have an intermediary. It's a very strange and powerful technique. However, the Xuanhuan Dao sect now has a nether passage expert sitting over it, as well as divine items protecting it. No matter how high his cultivation base, he wouldn't dare to read our fate. After all, the Xuanhuan Dao sect has risen. If he dared to do so, he would have to bear a huge amount of karma. None of them would dare to do such a thing. I'm afraid they'll try to read my fate and my next moves to scheme against the Xuanhuan Dao sect, said Long Chen worriedly. Read your fate, Li Tianxuan laughed. Don't worry, there is no one in this world who would dare to read your fate unless they wanted to kill themselves. What kind of joke was that? The fate of a heaven defier was something even the heavens couldn't calculate. Long Chen was startled. He wanted to ask Li Tianxuan more about this, but then he saw Li Tianxuan looking into the distance. His heart shook, and he didn't ask his question. Long Chen was more and more sure Li Tianxuan knew something about him. However, due to some rules, he was unable to say it clearly to him. He could only vaguely hint at it. Since Li Tianxuan guaranteed that Heavenly Fate Island couldn't calculate anything about Long Chen directly, Long Chen was much more at ease. This meant that he wouldn't need to have so many misgivings in the future. He could properly get to know Heavenly Fate Island's disciples. With everything here handled by Li Tianxuan, Long Chen could follow through with his own matters at ease. Long Chen asked for a private room within the Xuanhuan Tower. There, he spent 3 days writing various formulas and drawing bizarre diagrams. No one would be able to understand that these were symbols marking the merger of various medicinal ingredients. Long Chen needed to research this. After 3 days, Long Chen had come up with 4 possible formulas for the Empyrean pills. Of course, the main ingredient of the Empyrean pill was an Empyrean heavenly Dao fruit. This should work. If it does, the Dragonblood Legion is really going to soar and dominate the martial heaven continent. Chapter 1594, Appropriate Preparations. Translator Born to Be. A burnt smell came from the blazing dragon cauldron. He had failed his refinement of the Empyrean pill yet again. This was already his 3rd try. According to his calculations, they should all have succeeded. However, for some reason, the moment they merged, the medicinal powders instantly ignited and turned to ash. After failing 3 times, even Long Chen was starting to lose confidence. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. The worst thing was to be vexed while refining pills. After 2 hours, he began his 4th refinement. This time, he was delighted to see the medicinal powders finally merge together with the heavenly Dao fruit. There was no unexpected expulsion. Not daring to tarry, he controlled his flame carefully to merge them. After an hour, the blazing dragon cauldron quivered ever so slightly. The lid popped open, and a translucent pill appeared. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a pill. There was no fragrance, no pill lines, no fluctuations of a medicinal pill whatsoever. It looked completely ordinary. It was like a pearl of unclear water. It was exceptionally unremarkable. Long Chen stared at it for a long time. Had he succeeded or not? However, in the end, he gave it to Xuanhuan. After eating it, the 2 of them waited patiently to see any changes. Just as Long Chen's heart was sinking, Xuanhuan let out a startled cry as his aura began to transform. An aura of primal chaos appeared. Although it wasn't very dense, it was definitely the aura of primal chaos. "Boss, I really have become an Empyrean," cried Xuanhuan, filled with excitement. Xuanhuan could feel some kind of new energy awakening within him. His sense of the heavenly Daos was also growing clearer. It felt like he was the ruler of this space, as if all the surrounding heavenly Dao energy belonged to him. Sensing the aura of primal chaos growing stronger within Xuanhuan, Long Chen finally sighed with relief. After losing 4 Empyrean heavenly Dao fruits, he had finally succeeded. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. His luck was really garbage. Why had this formula been the last one? If it had been the first, he would have saved 3 Empyrean heavenly Tao fruits. That would have represented 3 new Empyreans. However, he was used to his bad luck, so he brushed it off. It was fine since he had succeeded in the end. Long Chen continued refining. With this experience, he completed the refinement of the 11 remaining heavenly Tao fruits. He distributed them to Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan. Yue Zifeng was devoted to the sword Tao and didn't use heavenly Tao energy to assist him. According to Yue Zifeng's deduction, the sword Tao should be above the heavenly Taos. Cultivating the sword Tao was to go against the heavens. Therefore, he shouldn't completely comply with the will of the heavens. Long Chen naturally didn't force Yue Zifeng to consume it. Now there were 8 more Empyrean pills. 2 of them were for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, but Long Chen struggled over the remaining 6. Originally, he was saving one for Yue Zioqian. He didn't know how she was, or whether or not she needed one. According to the 7th Elder, Yue Zioqian was currently secluded in the original Devil Race's inheritance land. If she came out, she would definitely come to find him immediately. As for Yi Zhikyu, Long Chen hadn't gotten any news of her. All he knew was that she was in the northern Xuanhuan region. However, considering she possessed an innate spiritual body that led to a powerful expert coming to find her and have her join her sect, she was definitely important to them. Considering the change in heaven and earth, any sect with any foundation would condense all their karmic luck onto their most talented disciples so that they could become Empyreans. Yizhikyu most likely didn't need his Empyrean pill. After thinking over it, he kept the 2 Empyrean pills for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er and gave the remaining 6 to Gu Yang. He told Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Yue Zifeng to pick out an assistant amongst their own groups. The 4 of them were captains. At first, the Dragonblood Legion had only had 360 members, but now there were over 12,000. For the 4 of them to lead so many people was clearly a bit taxing. Promoting 4 vice-captains could lessen the burden on them. As for the other 2, Long Chen told Gu Yang to pick out the 2 strongest wood cultivators. They were the strongest shield of the Dragonblood Legion's lives. With 2 powerful Empyreans amongst them, their healing capabilities would rise, and their enemies would have even less chance of targeting them. It could be said that they were the secret heroes of the Battle of the Grand Han. Without them, then no matter how hard the Dragonblood warriors had fought, it would have been unavoidable to have some casualties. So Long Chen cared deeply about the healer's abilities. When those 2 women received the Empyrean pills that could change their future, they were full of gratitude toward Long Chen. Long Chen had changed their lives. Originally, their talent wasn't particularly exceptional, but now they had ascended with Long Chen into the sky. They had never dreamed that they would become legendary existences. Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Yue Zifeng all picked out their assistants and gave them the Empyrean pills. It wouldn't be long before 12 terrifying Empyreans would appear in the Dragonblood Legion. Furthermore, after the Battle of the Grand Han, all the Dragonblood warriors could become rank 9 Celestials whenever they wanted. This terrifying legion was definitely the one with the greatest potential in the entire continent. Long Chen told everyone to keep quiet about their advancement. It would be best if the outside world did not learn of it yet. Even the new disciples who had just joined were to be kept in the dark about it. Who knew if any spies had mixed into the crowd? In any case, they only needed a small portion to face constant challenges. Furthermore, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's original disciples were starting to soar as well. Hua Shiyu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, Su Mo, Mu Qingxuan, and the others were undergoing the baptism of the divine pool. They would soon advance to become Empyreans, and they could handle the challenges in the future. In any case, it was best for the Dragonblood Legion to act low-key for now. There were still many things for the Xuanhuan Dao sect to complete. They had to be careful and not let victory go to their heads. After arranging all this, it had already been half a month. Long Chen stealthily took a trip to the original Devil Race's base in the Grand Xia ancient nation. This time, Long Chen didn't see the 7th Elder. Apparently, something urgent had happened within the original Devil Race, and the 7th Elder had been forced to go back. Long Chen handed all the heavenly Dao fruit he had on him to the Elder in charge, and told him to quickly bring them back to his race. Long Chen then went to the Wine God Palace to see his parents. As a result, he only managed to see his mother and Xiaoyu. When he asked about his father, his mother immediately started to rage. She said that Long Tianxia was completely enraptured by the wine Dao, and if he wasn't drinking wine, he was learning how to make it. He rarely spent time with them now. Fortunately, Xia Yuluo often came to see them. She would bring them to the imperial palace for fun, making Xiaoyu very happy. When his mother had been preparing to send Xiaoyu into the imperial school for her to learn some things, Xiaoyu immediately refused. She didn't want to leave her parents. After all, she had always been with them. Parting suddenly, even if it was just for a few hours, made her feel afraid of the unknown. However, after being accompanied by Xia Yuluo for a while, Xiaoyu managed to make friends her age and began to play with her companions all day. She began to attend lessons with them, learning about poetry, songs, literature, etc. In any case, she was very happy learning in the imperial school, putting Long Chen at ease. Long Chen spent 3 days there. He paid his respects to the high priest and Xia Yuyang. He also asked Xia Yuncheng about Xia Chen. Xia Yuncheng said that Xia Chen was most likely a disciple from a branch of the Grand Xia's imperial family. He had no real connection with the Grand Xia, and no one knew where he was. Long Chen couldn't thank him even if he wanted to. The Grand Xia, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu were all calm. Only the Grand Han's interior was filled with battle and fire. Refugees fleeing from within were constantly coming to the other 3 ancient nations. The 3 nations did their best to take in these refugees. They gave them land for them to set up their homes and what tools they needed. Although it was a little bitter, at least they could make their own living now. That was 1,000 times better than staying in the Grand Han. With the Grand Han filled with internal warfare, the commoners were never sure whether or not they would live to see the sun rise or set each day. When Long Chen heard this, he didn't quite know what to feel. It was no wonder Xia Yuyang had said that warfare was cruel. The glory went to the highest people, while the ones who paid the debt for the battle were always the innocent commoners. Although Long Chen couldn't quite approve of Xia Yuyang's methods, he had no choice but to admit that Xia Yuyang was the most benevolent ruler he had ever seen. Whether or not his decision was right or wrong, at least the Grand Xia's commoners could live without fear of being killed the next day. 3 days later, Long Chen left the Grand Xia and went to the heaven-splitting battle sect. During this time, the eastern Xuanhuan region was completely calm. At least, it was calm on the surface. There was no sound from Pill Valley, the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Bloodco Hall, or even the Xuan beasts. Long Chen knew that this was thanks to Jianing's actions in the background. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance was the collective alliance of the righteous path. The collective power of all those sects was truly terrifying. However, Long Chen trusted that his enemies wouldn't let things go after such a loss. Although Pill Valley had paid their compensation, he knew that they hated him to the bone now. They were like hunters hiding in the dark right now. They would keep waiting until they could launch a fatal blow. "Evil Moon, have you finished digesting the energy from the blood gourd?" asked Long Chen. "Pretty much. I've recovered about 10% of my power and can help you out with more things now. However, this is already the limit. Any more than this and my power will provoke Yun Shang's seal. It's too bad your cultivation base is too low. If you were at the Life Star realm, then working with me, you could cut down Nether Passage experts like cabbages. Your Yuan spirit is powerful, and although it's not divine energy, it can combine with my energy to unleash a true divine attack. However, a Yuan spirit's energy has its own limits. Once we launch such an attack, it will use up all the energy of your Yuan spirit, and it won't be able to fight alongside your true body," said Evil Moon. "Fuck, how irritating. Why am I never strong enough?" raged Long Chen. "Why don't you check what kind of enemies you have first? You can already dominate your realm and even the realm above you. Is that not enough for you?" Long Chen thought about it and supposed that was true. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that he was truly skilled at courting death. He had even courted over some Nether Passage experts. Long Chen quickly arrived at the heaven-splitting battle sect. After resting for a few days, the old man recovered to his peak state. "Come, if you want to be crazy, I'll accompany you." In a secluded room within the heaven-splitting battle sect, Long Chen and the old man were sitting in front of each other, their palms against each other's. They slowly closed their eyes. Chapter 1595 Strange Lifeform. Translator Born to Be. A 3-inch tall figure of Long Chen appeared. It was identical in appearance to him. This was his Yuan spirit. His Yuan spirit slowly entered the old man's head, and the old man opened his mind-see for Long Chen. "I can't believe I was stupid enough to agree to do something so crazy." The old man bitterly smiled. His own Yuan spirit was looking at Long Chen's Yuan spirit. He truly felt like he had gone insane. No one had ever dared to do such a thing before. However, Long Chen had promised that there wouldn't be a problem. "Ah, just relax, it'll be fine," said Long Chen. "Prepare yourself, I'm about to start." The old man's Yuan spirit enveloped Long Chen in its energy. Long Chen could feel the old man's vitality slowly dissipating. His vision turned dark. So this is how it feels to die. Endless darkness. Long Chen felt like he had descended into eternity. It was no wonder old people said that people had to live properly and be grateful for everything they had. It was because people's deaths always lasted much longer than their lives. He didn't know how much time had passed. Eventually, a gate appeared within the darkness, and a ray of light shot out of the gate. The surroundings were still simply darkness. The only thing visible was a path formed of that light. Long Chen found that he and the old man were present, not just spiritually. They were in the same state as they were in the world of the living. He raised his arms, he raised his legs, and he found nothing different about himself in this world. His power was still there. How curious. The old man was also testing this new world. However, he quickly found that although his clothes were still present, his spatial ring had vanished along with his connection to his spiritual space. It really is just like the legends. Once in the netherworld, it's impossible to bring in things from the outer world. Even these clothes are fake, formed from the surrounding laws, said the old man. Long Chen also couldn't sense his spiritual space, but he was delighted to find that he could still sense his primal chaos space. He extended a hand, and a wooden staff appeared in his hand. It was the staff that the old man usually held. How did you do that?" The old man jumped in shock. Long Chen had previously been told by the old man that in the netherworld, people were dead. According to some legends and sayings, the things on the yang side were unable to enter the yin side. That was why Long Chen had specifically asked the old man to give him the black staff. He had placed it in his primal chaos space. However, he hadn't actually expected to be able to take things out from his primal chaos space within this world. If only I had known this was possible, I would have brought in the heaven-splitting blade too. Should we go back? Long Chen was vexed. In the beginning, Long Chen hadn't had any confidence in this. It had just been a casual experiment, but it had actually succeeded. If only they had brought the heaven-splitting blade, then the old man's chances of success would have been practically guaranteed. "Little fellow, you really have some skill." The old man took the staff excitedly. With a weapon in hand, his confidence rose. Seeing Long Chen's vexed expression, he said, "Be happy with what we have. This is the netherworld, the opposite side of the yang world. The heaven-splitting blade's nature is heavily yang. If we brought it in here, it would be like carrying a lantern in the darkness. That's too dangerous. The staff is good enough, and its body originally came from a darker place. It's not as conspicuous in this world, and I can use split the heavens with it. As for going back, that's impossible. Once I go back through this gate, the gate will forever close, and I would never have another chance at the Nether Passage realm." The two of them continued onward through the gate. As expected, a long bridge appeared on the other side. The bridge was covered in dense smoke, and countless figures were roaming across it. There were men and women, young and old. They were staring vacantly. When he had seen them through Jianing's vision, he hadn't sensed anything in particular about them. However, this time, he clearly sensed their spiritual fluctuations. They weren't the spiritual fluctuations of normal people. Their spiritual fluctuations were completely calm. They should be mortals whose souls were drawn here after death. They are roaming aimlessly. Watch out, that fellow's appeared. Suddenly, the old man stopped after seeing the chain-wielding monstrosity appear. It was like a killing machine, its chains piercing through these wandering souls and absorbing them. Those chains should be treasures focused on absorbing souls. Long Chen's eyes began to shine. "Don't you dare! Those chains cannot be touched." The old man jumped in shock upon seeing Long Chen's expression. Long Chen's guts were even bigger than his. "I was just talking. How could I be as unreliable as that?" "Don't even try it. I can tell what you're thinking with just a glance. We're not in the netherworld for fun. Don't mess around. We've already agreed that you're to scram as soon as we arrive at the gates of hell," warned the old man. The old man had agreed to let Long Chen come, but only to the outer regions. He was to leave from his gate once they reached the gates of hell. This gate had the old man's spiritual mark on it. As long as the old man didn't die, this gate would stay open. Although the Nether Passage realm was mysterious, there was still some general knowledge passed down from ancient stories. "Fine, I'll listen," said Long Chen obediently. He didn't want the old man to drive him away in a fit of rage. The old man and Long Chen carefully walked past the monstrosity. The old man was ready to attack at any moment, as he was afraid of this monstrosity, sensing that Long Chen did not belong here. Although Long Chen's spiritual strength was powerful, he did not possess life and death energy. The old man was very worried for him. He was the hope of the heaven-splitting battle sect. Fortunately, the monstrosity didn't even look at them. The two of them easily passed by it, but just at that moment, rumbling rang out behind them, causing them to jump in fright. In the distance, another gate had opened, and a large red-haired man walked out. This man was a head taller than Long Chen and had a third eye on his forehead. Long Chen and the old man's hearts shook. This was clearly another expert attacking the Nether Passage realm. Furthermore, his aura was very powerful. His third eye gave Long Chen a sense of grave danger. This person was definitely not human. His aura was turbulent, as if he had been bedeviled. A human definitely wouldn't have such an aura. A person's aura stayed the same upon entering the netherworld. The red-haired man looked around and slowly approached the bridge. When he saw the chain-wielding monstrosity, a red light shot out of his third eye and illuminated the monstrosity. The monstrosity didn't seem to sense anything. It continued to harvest the roaming souls. The old man transmitted to Long Chen. His eye should be a kind of magical art to peer through a person's abilities. You can see strange runes appearing on the chains when his red light illuminates it. After examining the monstrosity, the red-haired man carefully dodged it and continued onward. He quickly reached a place closer to the two of them. When he saw Long Chen, he became dumbfounded. He was clearly shocked at Long Chen's cultivation base. Then when he saw the old man's staff, his expression completely changed. He pointed at it, and strange sounds came from his mouth. "Do you know how to speak the human language?" probed Long Chen. The red-haired man didn't seem to understand him, and he suddenly attacked Long Chen with a claw. His hand was as quick as lightning. "Fuck, do you think I'm easy to bully?" raged Long Chen. Long Chen was just about to attack when the old man's staff swung from a strange angle at the red-haired man's wrist. What startled Long Chen was that the staff suddenly became flexible and wrapped around the red-haired man's wrist. The red-haired man was also startled, and he was just about to pull back when the old man landed a kick on his crotch, sending him flying. Ah, it seems I'm not the only one skilled in the crotch kick. Long Chen had never expected that the old man was also skilled in this move. "Brat, you dare to bully my family's child. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" shouted the old man, pointing his staff at the red-haired man. The red-haired man suddenly let out a furious roar, and a red light shot out of his third eye. The red light contained strange runes. When they appeared, Long Chen felt like the world was collapsing. He almost coughed up blood. "Activate your sixth sense," shouted the old man. His staff transformed into a black streak that smashed toward the red light. Boom, the red light exploded. Split the heavens 5. Just at this moment, with the staff already swung down, a black saber image shot out of it. 2 attacks in 1 move. Long Chen was shocked. The old man's technique was truly refined. The red-haired also hadn't expected such a strange move. His hands drew a circle in the air, forming a blood-colored barrier in front of him. He let out a miserable scream as a huge cut appeared in the middle of his body, almost cutting him in half.